All right, guys, welcome to the live. I will be on in just a second, just setting up the station, getting everything ready, and we're certainly going to get this cracking right now. So, everybody, let me know how your weekend went, and let us see where we're going to go with these stories from the weekend, and also some updates on current events that's going on around the world. Obviously, the one story that everybody is absolutely fixated on, right? And with good reason, because it's becoming very divisive in the United States right now. Afternoon says, "Do you know of that sick? Who is that? Who is that? Please care to excuse me. Please care to share some context behind that, so that I can further understand what you mean and what that is entirely about." So let's see here. All right, we got some volume going on here. Okay, so just hold on a second. I'm going to be on in just a second, just getting everything set up for right now. All right. So I'm going to have the stream. Boars MMA says hello. Hello, my man. How are you? How's it going, my man? Just having everything set up right now before I get on camera. Crawford looked great. He did. He did. That was absolutely a masterful performance on his part. Absolutely masterful performance on the part of Terrence Crawford. So we're going to get to that in just a second. So he said Crawford looked great. He definitely did look good, man. He absolutely looked good. All right, let's see here. Boards, did you hear Fluffy is hurt and is out of the main event? No, I did not hear that. Okay, so we've got some breaking news on that. Big Boards MMA. Shout out to you on that one, my man. We got wow, we got 20 people around the world watching right now. Okay, so please excuse me, guys. I will be on the camera in just a second. Getting the I am just getting the thumbnail going first. So let's see, Diego Lopes. We're gonna get so in 4 minutes I will be on, guys. So just remain patient if you will, please. Okay, so let's see here. We got new slides. Yeah, so excuse me, guys, just working on the thumbnail right now. So I will be on uh, at the 10-minute mark. So just bear with me, okay? We will be on. You're just getting the thumbnail going right now. Village Datsik. Oh, okay. So that's what you meant. Village Datsik. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, sorry guys, just getting the thumbnail going right now. Did you hear Eddie Hall called out Brock Lesnar? You know what? That would be a really good fight. To be honest with you, that would actually be a very good fight. So, okay, we're almost there, guys. Just getting the thumbnail going real quick, and we will be on there. Big Boar says Max Gimmets BJJ World Champs just got signed to the UFC. Is that right? Okay. So it looks like they got some more grapplers coming into the UFC right now. All right, so it looks like we're gonna start the live stream in the 14-minute mark. Okay, we're gonna give it about in the 14-minute mark. We're going to start the live stream. So guys, stay tuned for this wild ride that we are about to embark on right now. Okay, so here we are. All right, we got that going. Boom. Okay, and the next thing I just need to do is just go on the thumbnail. Everybody, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button around the world. We are about to start in 1 minute and 30 seconds from now. I'm going to have the camera right on, and we're going to get it cracking. Okay? So, all right, let's see here. Sorry, just starting little technical difficulties here. Hold on a second. Okay, we're almost there, guys. All right, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Okay, so we are on live and popping right now. So here we go. Right on the 18-minute mark is where we are going to start this off right here. So, all right, so there it is, right? It is 18 minutes into the stream, and we're going to start this right away. Straight away, we're going to start this. Okay. All right, so wait, let's go. Let's go right into the 1830. Okay, so 1830 it is. All right. So in 10 seconds, we're going to start, guys. Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So, all right, here we go, guys. This is the beginning of the stream. We're going to start it off right now. Diego Lopes has defeated Silva, Jean Silva, during the weekend, same weekend as Terrence Crawford and Canelo. By the way, all from the same company, all from the same organization, and that was brought to you by TKO. But there are other situations going on behind the scenes, right? LeBron, the King, says Lopes. Boars MMA says Max Gimmets, BJJ World Champion, signed to the UFC. Pork Chop Afternoon says, did you hear Eddie Hall called out Brock Lesnar? Now, As I was saying in the dark intro earlier, I think that would be an interesting fight, considering that Brock Lesnar is obviously a very much seasoned MMA fighter for what that's worth in comparison to Eddie Hall. And Eddie Hall is a very strong competitor, right? But very green, obviously coming from the world of powerlifting. How will that translate over to MMA and especially against a world champion like Brock Lesnar? So, in regards to Lopes defeating Silva, this is now the losing streak of the fight nerds. Okay, and I think there is a culprit that is sort of part of this story right here, and that is drama. Okay, you guys know drama, right? And drama, right? That's the rap name right there is N drama. And drama is a serious problem, and for multitudes of reasons. I don't think that it has a place in MMA culture, although I understand the particular standings that N Drama has going on with the UFC as, let's say, a friendlier media member for the UFC who doesn't ask questions, doesn't really ruffle any feathers. By the way, did you guys hear about that journalist that was asking Dana White about fight pay during the Terrence Crawford press conference? Let's play that real quick because I'm going to show you exactly why someone like N Drama is allowed in the UFC's, what is this? So Associated Press. Here we go, right here. Okay, so Travis J, he says, you seen Raja got booked at another wrestling event, or am I geeking? You know what? Listen, it's funny that you mentioned that, right? Last week, that was the hottest topic in the town, and next thing you know, it isn't, right? Well, what changed? I could tell you a couple of things changed, right? One of the things that changed out of that was the fact that, well, this is more of a national, international news when regarding Charlie Kirk, right? Obviously, you've seen the protests in London during this weekend, and you noticed that it was pro Charlie Kirk. So it obviously had a profound effect internationally. So Raja had an international effect in a combat sports world, in a wrestling world, but then all's is forgotten. But what remains is the clout that he got out of that. So no, that I am not surprised entirely that he got booked for a wrestling show, right? Because that is the right thing to do in that effect. So at least if you're a promoter, not the right thing, but if you're a promoter. Iqbal Time War says, free Palestine, bro, freedom. Shout out to you. He says hi. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Iqbal. Okay, so going back to Dana White, let's listen to this.
In the GMCs. So my question to you is, why then do you want to...
By the way, the reporter's name that was involved here was Sean Sitzel. And by the way, this was on September the 11th when this reporter asked Dana White this question. Not that that really has any particular significance or anything, but
make sweeping changes to the Muhammad Ali Reform Act that is meant to protect fighters, to bring about a business model that currently has your company already paid out $375 million in antitrust lawsuits and has 2 potential pending class action lawsuits on the way as well.
Well, this is obviously a long discussion. If you want to talk to me about that, set up an interview. This isn't about me and my business. It's about these 2 guys on Saturday night.
My follow-up, Dana. Earlier this week, the California State Athletic Commission had a heated hearing about TKO trying to bring those changes to the Ali Act, and it was postponed 3 months.
Listen, I said if you want to showboat right now, set up an interview with me if this is really what you want to talk about.
It's America, baby.
If you have questions for these 2, ask them.
Did you hear what he said? It's America, baby, First Amendment. Let me replay that part for you right now in video form.
It's America, baby.
If you have questions for these 2, ask them. You can set up an interview with me.
Dana, my follow-up is, if TKO can't make those changes to the Ali Act, will you still invest in the sport of boxing? Will you compete in the market?
Listen, if you want to be an Let's do it in private.
So, if for those of you that are wondering why someone like Drama gets all the press passes, this is why, right? People like that, people like the Nelk boys, they're not going to go ruffle any feathers. They're not going to go ask any questions that are antiquatedly against the interests of the UFC to any degree. They're not going to do that. So, in turn, they get all these assignments where they do video vlogs with the fighters, right? All fun video vlogs that makes you forget that these guys are professional killers, right? And that's kind of what the UFC wants to do. Tommy G says, free Palestine from Hamas. Okay, that is your opinion on that matter. We welcome freedom of speech here, so all right.
We can do an interview.
So Dana White says that if you want to talk about this at any particular time, yeah, please come set up an interview with me, right? That's basically what he's saying to this gentleman is let's set up an interview and let's talk about it because right now what is important are the fights between these two, Canelo and Crawford, which, by the way, we're going to get into in just a second to talk about how much of a GOAT Terrence Crawford is. Now, is he deserving of that title of being the GOAT? And I say yes. I say that he is. He is absolutely deserving of that title. For one, it was a very difficult task to come in here against Canelo. Also, to do it in a way where he scores on the point system and actually wins, right? That's GOAT status right there because very few people can beat Canelo. So
if you want a showboat, I get it. If you have questions for these two that are fighting on Saturday, that's a different story.
Now, the real question is that, is it right to have somebody like Drama around these fighters? And in my opinion, I think it's distracting. On top of that, I think that it takes away a sense of stoicism that we can look through these fighters on, right? Like, if there's one thing that we can guarantee about Alex Pereira is that the guy is stoic, the guy is a trained killer, and makes no bones about that. He is exactly that in everything that we just said, right? Now, the problem is this, right? The problem is that the distractions are not something that you see from the Dagestanis, right? Do you think they would invite Nina Drama to come around their way? No. Obviously, there's good reasons for that. For one, there's a religious component to that. So, once again, this is a reason why I relate to a lot of Christians that come into this chat, right? Because they know and understand that as Muslims, we live our life of discipline. We live our life of serving Allah, and there is nothing more to it than that, right? That is how we live our lives and how we conduct ourselves. And part of conducting ourselves is certainly not having Nina Drama around as some sort of prop to, for what? I mean, like, is she going to make your clout any bigger? Or this? Look, here's the thing, right? They bring her around because they want the UFC to look like it's fun. And I get that. I get that. But guess what? You know where this is absolutely appropriate in? If you had end drama type of situation in the soccer world, or maybe in the NBA, they have media personalities that are like that. That is fitting for that situation. It is not fitting for the world of fighting. But for some reason, everybody has this insane obsession of trying to normalize it. And I don't understand why, right? But the reason why they are all trying to normalize it is because, look, I think we're way past the phase of trying to make fighting a viable and, how do I say this, a tolerable sport for the mainstream, right? I think we're way past that. I think people understand what fighting is, what it's about, and how it's being marketed, right? And people make no mistake and make no distinctions of fighting in comparison to, let's say, other mainstream sports. Okay, there's no distinction behind that. No video, just audio. Yeah, I had to get rid of the video for a second because I wanted to set up the belt right there. PSD, that says never mind. Okay. Deuteronomy 8:18 blessings. We are Charlie Kirk. Okay. Shout out to you, my man. Let me know how you feel about that situation as well, because you know what I would like to talk about is the weirdness of the suspect that was caught. Right, that's what I'm going to talk about right now. Right, the weirdness of the suspect, and let's hear about Tyler Robinson.
And we now have more information about this suspect. We have a name to tell you, and this is according to multiple sources and our team of reporters covering federal law enforcement, Tom Winter, Mike Costner, our colleagues. Tyler Robinson is the suspect in custody. He is from Utah. He's in custody and with state authorities in Utah, born in 2003. And so Tyler Robinson is the name that, according to multiple sources, is the suspect who is in custody. From our reporting, we understand he has been in custody for a number of hours now. And what happens with that, as Morgan was just saying, there was a point where authorities knew very little about who this person was. Well, once you have an individual identified, many new doors open. Tyler Robinson will now be subject to having all of his electronics reviewed, having subject to a search warrant, and that would be the typical process now, that once he's identified and in custody, authorities are able to get the court permission to execute search warrants. That could be places where he lives, seizing any phones, digital footprint, any of those things. Also checking the records for the purchase of the weapon that was used here. Can they tie that weapon to him? All of those avenues are now open to federal authorities. This is a state crime, not a federal crime on its face, meaning a murder is a state crime. They would be looking for any avenues that allow them to find some kind of federal charge if there is one that's applicable.
Yeah, so Ray says people getting called out for bad mouthing decent man, for bad mouthing. I thought you were going to say a deceased man, but yes, a lot of people right now are getting fired for calling out Charlie Kirk in the untimely demise of his death. Right, there have been doctors, people of different types of professions, people in different types of jobs that have been fired due to making these remarks in glee and in happiness of his untimely demise. Nonetheless, that is the reality of America right now. Very divisive. Obviously, the right is in control right now for whatever that's worth. I don't think that there's really any side that's truly in control. But when it comes to, I guess, setting the culture, setting the tone, they're sort of in that category right now where they are controlling what it means to have free speech. And right here says free speech is what CK was unalive for, not his beliefs. Mel Metz says, my church banned me. Oh, why is that? Is it that have anything to do with the Charlie Kirk thing? Did you say something bad and then your church decided to kick you out as a result of that? Kayan says, bro, did you eat the sun because you shine so bright? Good to see you. Good day to you, man. Good day to you as well, my man. You know, he says that belt is sick. Shout out to you, my man. Yes, it definitely is. So yeah, man, a lot of people right now are getting fired for showing glee of his untimely demise.
And appropriate to add to this case with the joint work of federal authorities and state authorities. Tyler Robinson is the suspect, according to our sources.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
Ray says, I'm middle. There should be an open debate. That is a sign of a healthy society, in my opinion. I agree with you. Now, here's the thing that you have to understand, right? Freedom of speech is free, right? But the reality of freedom of speech is that all that it means is that you can't be arrested for what you said. However, not being arrested doesn't mean you can't get fired from your job. And that's sort of what is happening right now with many people that are showing happiness towards Charlie Kirk. Now, look, it's one thing to do it behind closed doors, but to do it in an open forum. Now, here's another thing. What about people that have their private social media accounts? In other words, you're only sharing this to a group of your friends, maybe some people that you work with, and then what do? They go and snitch on you for the simple fact that you had said something about Charlie Kirk and his untimely demise, showing happiness to it. Which, by the way, I got to be honest with you, if you didn't know Charlie Kirk from a can of paint, in other words, if you're not a liberal psycho, or if you're not a guy that espouses certain views or this, that, and the other, you would kind of look at this and say, you know what, it is sort of sickening to make fun of the dead. Unless, of course, you're a drill rapper from Chicago. But in context, you have to understand that whatever you say will be used against you in the time of your passing away. And that's just what it is. People, I'll tell you right now, man, I don't want to get personal with anybody, but, I've obviously, dealt with death in many ways, as I'm sure we all have, right? Whether it's a family member passing away, or whether it's a homie passing away, or this, that, and the other, we've all dealt with it in some kind of way, right? But even with this person passing away, there is one volatile thing that is a reality that we cannot forget, is this. People will always remember what you did even after you had passed away, whether that is for righteous reasons or whether that is for negative reasons. Jeff says here, CK was unalive for his beliefs, though. Here's the thing, right? We all can be unalive for our beliefs. That's something you have to understand. And the reason why we all can get unalive for our beliefs is because freedom of speech is only free by law. It is not free by, let's say, the capitalist way of looking at things, the capitalist ethos of things. In other words, if what you say can be bad for business, we're going to get rid of you. Right? So freedom of speech doesn't protect that. Freedom of speech doesn't protect at-will employees. Okay, so in other words, they can fire you at any time. Well, for example, if you're an at-will employee, they can fire you at the fact that we just have some budget issues going on right now. We can't continue to keep paying you. So as a result of that, we're just going to get rid of you because it's what's best for the bottom line of our company, right? And that has nothing to do with free speech, because you can say all you want, but you can say all you want while you're unemployed, and that's just the reality of the situation. Yes, the internet does not forget, nor does it forgive. So there it is, man. That's what I got to say about this killer. Also, more about the killer, right? Here's something that I need you guys to understand about the killer, which is really important to emphasize. Number one, let's go into his background for a second, okay? Well, I'm going to get into the background of the killer right now. Okay. So, the background of Tyler Robinson. Let's talk about the background of Tyler Robinson. You see, there are many leftists out there that come from conservative families. In fact, the reason why they become leftists is because their family goes so hard at being right-wing Republicans that they decided to do the complete opposite. That also goes on the other direction. In other words, there are people that come from hyper-liberal families, and one family had decided, I'm not going to deal with the psychoticness of this leftist mentality they have going on. I'm going to go to the right. This is very common for a lot of Americans. Also, here's another thing that's very common. When you live in a country, when you live in Utah, when you come from a family and a lineage of police officers, law enforcement, and people that just go and hunt on the weekends, which is basically country people that live from Utah all the way to the northern parts of California, all the way to Texas, and all the way across the United States, right? People that come from a hunting culture. They know how to operate guns. So all this conspiracy theory that people have, he's Israeli, he's this and that, he's sent by Mossad, he's sent by the CIA. It's complete nonsense. And the reason why I say it's complete nonsense is because of the fact that it is so plausible that somebody who comes from a right-wing family can easily become a left-wing nut job while also having firearms training to go along with it. And I know everybody wants to catch the most nefarious details of this particular case and try to point at it and say, aha, you see, this is what I see is going on. This is what is happening. So therefore, this is the conclusion. Well, not so fast. That might not be the entire truth of reality. So there it is. Let me read some of these comments right here. Gino Liebman says, the fighting nerds are not really the best analysis, because you cannot study elite fighters. Okay. Jeff says, the killer was a Groiper. Okay, I don't know if he was necessarily a Nick Fuentes supporter of any kind, obviously. Oh, what is this? No mic, man, no audio. It's no bueno. Oh, no. Is that right? No mic? Hold on.
Let's count the smiles.
If you want.
Okay, how about now? Okay, I think the audio is back on that one. No mic, man. Audio is not so bueno. Is it good now? Is it good now? Monkey Man VR says hi. Hi, how are you, Monkey Man VR? Okay, let me read this comment by Ray right here. Jeff, yes and no. More that he got people coming around to what he believed, so he's free thinking and willing to have debates open and dialogue versus shutting it down and hating the other opinions. Okay, so Fresh Melon Juice says good, and then Monkey Man VR says he's doing good. All right, man. So everybody around the world, man, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, also hit the join button, because I will be dropping some members only content on top of the fact that we're going to go over all the news and all the things that are going on around the world. And also, yeah, man, hit your boy with some super chats. Help fund the show. Be a contributor to the show so that we can make this the biggest mixed martial arts podcast in the history of mankind. So shout outs to everybody that is tapped in right now. All right. So, bro, how are you doing? Monkey Man VR says, I'm doing great, man. Great weekend. Great fights. It was absolutely amazing. I was having fun commentating on the fight, giving it a bit of a radio. I obviously was not on video while all of that was happening. We were on video earlier. Zane had to leave, had something going on. But obviously he had betted on the fight. You guys know how I feel about that. And he lost because he went with his man Canelo. I told him, you got to go with Terrence Crawford. But it is boxing by the end of the day. I could have been wrong as well, right? Let's keep that in mind. I could have easily been wrong as well, but that obviously was not the case. So I just really believed in Terrence Crawford. Monkey Man VR says he subbed. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Also hit the super chats if you will, please. We're going to have a goal today. Let's try to make a small goal, right? $10, right? You know, you throw $2 in there, another one throws $2 and this and that. Let's see how it goes, right? So, okay. Going back to what subject were we talking about here? Okay, so we were talking about the, yeah, we're still on the Charlie Kirk topic. Let's see here. President Trump to attend the public memorial. Okay, JD Vance hosts the Charlie Kirk show to pay tribute. Wow, okay. Okay, so investigators are working more to uncover the motive of this guy right here. Let's see what this is right here.
Independent commission to create fair election districts. Prop 50 destroys this good work. It's a direct attack on democracy that tears away the power of choice. Protect democracy. No on 50.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
We have additional evidence, forensic evidence that has been processed.
The person that is talking right now is Governor Cox of Utah. He says, "Bro, how old are you?" I'm 40 years old. Monkey Man VR. Let me know how old you are, what part of the world you are, and yeah. So I'm 40. So yeah.
We'll be sharing that when charges are filed on Tuesday. So everything that we know confirms that that this is the person. The why behind this, again, we're all drawing lots of conclusions, and how someone like this could be radicalized.
Shout out to you. You're a young man.
And I think that those are important questions for us to ask and important questions for us to answer.
that is the governor of Utah saying the public will learn a lot more tomorrow when formal criminal charges are filed against the man accused of murdering conservative activist Charlie Kirk. We'll be bringing you the latest on the investigation this morning. We're also paying close attention to Washington, D.C., where President Trump's 30-day takeover of the district's police force has come to an end, but may not be over. We'll explain that. Also, a big development in the New York City mayor's race with the state's governor throwing her support.
Okay, so they're talking about other subjects here. Let's get to this.
Into custody on Friday following a 33-hour.
Gaps Dead says, "What you eating, Unc?" Man, it's strange people calling me Unc nowadays, but I guess at 40 you do get that right. But a bagel is eating a bagel and some coffee. Little afternoon breakfast. Are you in the WWE? No, I am not. I'm not. I'm far from a WWE guy. I have fought MMA and Muay Thai before, though. Fresh Melon Juice says Diego Lopes versus Yair Rodriguez would be a great fight. I feel like they fought already, but yeah, that would be a good fight nonetheless. So
Manhunt is being held without bail at Utah County.
okay, how about now? Can you hear me? Okay, how about now? All right, that's it. I just had to press that right there to be heard. Okay, so all right. Okay, yeah, they were on the same card. Yeah, okay. So I was going to show you a bit of some examples of the type of workouts that I do here. So I do live stream some of my training sessions, but I'll give you an example of some workout trainings that I do here. So. Yeah. Yeah, so that's like 500 pounds right there, 400 to 500 pounds right there that I'm pushing across the room. And then, you know, I was like, I'm not gonna wait. Yeah, so that's just a little example right there. What diet? I would probably say like Mediterranean, right? You know, I just try not to, you know, eat anything bad or anything like that. I guess that's what it is. Bagel, that's one. You know, if you're gonna eat that, preferably, you know, right before you do a workout or something like that, you know, to get some, you know, sort of carbs in you. So yeah, you know, something like that. Yeah, man, you know, I do a little bit of some MMA training too, a little bit of some boxing. So yeah, man, you know, a little bit of that. So what else here? Okay, so fresh melon juice. So Gas Dead, let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. All right, so let's see here. What else here? Okay, back to the Charlie Kirk
Utah Governor
assassination.
Spencer Cox told NBC News yesterday the suspect.
Oh, you're from Spain. All right, man. Shout out to you, man. Let me know what part of Spain you are from, brother.
Is not cooperating with authorities, but his roommate, who Cox said was shocked by the shooting, has been helping investigators. The governor added that the suspect was in a romantic relationship with his roommate, who is transgender. A federal...
There you go. Now, this is how all of this gets really weird and disturbing, right? Because it seems like a very highly unlikely suspect of something like that. Oh, Andalusia. Okay, so you live in Andalusia. Wow, man, that's a former Islamic territory, as you know. So, you know, shout out to you on that, my man.
Official tells...
By the way, let me know how people in Spain are taking in this situation with Charlie Kirk right now.
NBC News, there is not a solid understanding of whether there is any connection between that relationship and the shooting. The governor went on to say the suspect had a leftist ideology, although he was not registered to any political party. Cox also described him as a once very normal, very smart young man who appeared to have been radicalized in recent years.
Friends that have confirmed that there was kind of that deep, dark internet.
So there you go, right? I told you guys earlier that I felt as if this is kind of normal across the United States. You have people that come from leftist families that become right. You got people that come from right-wing families that become left. Gas Dead says, a huge vigil in Madrid down here. Nothing that I've seen myself. Okay, Andalusia, huh? Do you guys hate tourists? Fresh Melon Juice asks. Yeah, that's often a common perception that people have, right? I know the French, I've been to France, they absolutely hate the tourists, and they hate it when you can't speak French too.
The Reddit culture and these other dark places of the internet where this person was going deep. I believe that social media has played a direct role in every single assassination attempt that we have seen over the last 5-6 years. There is no question in my mind that cancer probably isn't a strong enough word. What we have done, especially to our kids, it took us a decade to realize how evil these algorithms are. It's our own.
So now Governor Cox is blaming all of this on the algorithm. Is he right to do that? Or is it that we have a society that festered these algorithms, right? Or sort of radicalizes into things that we're seeing with, let's say, children in Palestine, all the things that are happening with people around the world and people in their communities. And on top of that, just the injustices that have been happening to people in the West and abroad. So Gas Dead says, I speak Spanish pretty well. I'm Puerto Rican. They've accepted me with open arms. Wow, man. So a Puerto Rican that lives in Spain, man, that is absolutely interesting right there. And of course, you're a Spanish speaker, so it absolutely helps. Fresh Melon Juice says politicians is to blame and their speech. I agree with that. I think there's some elements of that as well, Fresh.
So President Trump announced that he will travel to Arizona in the coming days to attend a memorial service for Kirk. That comes as the president says he hopes the nation will heal following the fatal shooting. But he also blamed what he called a radical left group of lunatics for standing in the way.
He says, I habla español también ese. Okay, a little bit of some broken Spanish there from Fresh Melon Juice.
In an interview with NBC News, the president added, this group, quote, doesn't play fair, and they never did. He also singled out Democratic mega donor George Soros, saying he, quote, should be put in jail. Trump has suggested the donor may have violated RICO laws, but Soros' team says the accusations are false and outrageous. Conservative columnist David French has a new piece for the New York Times entitled, There Are Monsters in Your Midst Too. And David writes in part, quote, if we're convinced that political violence comes from only one side of the divide, then the temptation toward punitive authoritarianism is overwhelming. They are evil and violent, and they must be crushed.
Okay, so this is a very good point right here from the New York Times, right? There's a lot of divide in these, there's a lot of divisive language that's going on here, right? They are monsters. There are monsters in your midst too. If we're convinced that political violence comes from only one side of the divide, then the temptation towards punitive authoritarianism is overwhelming. Languages like they, quote unquote, are evil and violent. They must be crushed. So it does create a bit of divisive language in that one. I'd have to agree.
Crushed. If, however, we accurately understand.
I am in the United States, yes, in California to be exact. Sacramento, California, represent.
That America has an immense problem with violent extremism on both sides of the ideological aisle, even if at any given moment one side is worse than the other, then the answer lies in reconciliation, not domination. In fact, it's the will to dominate that magnifies the crisis and radicalizes.
Okay, Celsius says they is the other Americans, not enemies. Correct. That's very true, Celsius. Right? They are other Americans as well and should not be perceived as the enemy. But yeah, that's unfortunately how they see it. Gasp Dead says, I've been to San Diego. Pretty nice, pretty pricey as well. Yes, a lot of homeless, not going to lie. Very true, yes. Fresh Melon Juice says, shouldn't we give Cali back to the Mexicans? I mean, that's not for me to decide fresh, way out of my pay grade, as you would imagine.
As our opponents, violent acts aren't uniting our nation in introspection.
The answer is no.
Grief and grace, they're separating us into warring factions. To get past this dreadful moment.
Toxic Gameplay says Crawford gave Canelo a boxing glove facial. Oh, indeed he did, man. Oh, we're going to get to Terrence Crawford in just a second.
More and more Americans are going to have to face a painful fact. Evil isn't confined to one side of the American divide. There are monsters in your midst, too.
And David Ignatius, this has been the case for some time. We've had a swing back and forth, and we're going to be going through.
Let's hear what the other news cycles are saying about this, right? Let's see what Al Jazeera is saying about the Charlie Kirk situation, right? Let's see if they have anything to say about this right here. So let's see here. Okay, so surprisingly, not a lot of Charlie Kirk stories in the Arab news cycle, and rightfully so. The most was 3 days ago, and then that was it. 3 days about the killer, and then that's about it. Okay, so let's see here. What Charlie Kirk's death says about political division in the U.S. Okay, so that was 3 days ago from Al Jazeera. Let's hear this.
Build an app with you.
Do you have a college education? You speak pretty intellectually. I do, actually. Yes, that is an astute observation on your part, Gasp Dead. That is primarily the reason why I do speak like this in that in that particular matter. So, all right.
Al Jazeera podcasts.
Today, in the U.S., the killing of a controversial political influencer.
U.S. right-wing activist and commentator Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck at an event at Utah Valley University.
Could the assassination of a right-wing activist and a close ally of President Trump push U.S. political violence into a new phase? I'm Malika Biral, and this is The Take.
Peace, Diddy says, bless you as well, my man.
My name is Matthew Bodie, and I'm a professor at the University of North Georgia, and I study religious rhetoric, and I've been writing about Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA for several years now.
Well, Professor Matthew, welcome to The Take. It's good to have you here, though, of course, the circumstances are not good. We are speaking on Thursday morning, a day after the shooting death of right-wing political activist Charlie Kirk.
Don't you love it that Al Jazeera employs Muslims from around the world? Obviously, this is a Muslim woman from the United States and is being employed by Al Jazeera, which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Al Jazeera is the media wing of Qatar. So just so you know.
This morning, the hunt is underway for Charlie Kirk's killer. The charismatic conservative activist shot at Utah Valley University. Kirk was discussing mass shootings in America when a shot rang out.
You have written a book on him. So where were you when you heard the news, and what were your first thoughts?
Oh, wow. Okay, so how about this? Al Jazeera got a guy that was written a book about, that he wrote a book about Charlie Kirk, so.
Thoughts?
You know, my wife called me about him getting shot when I was in my office meeting with students, and then on the way home, I got the notification of his death. So I was in the car, and I got choked up. I cried.
If you feel comfortable elaborating, what was going through your mind? What was behind that choking up moment?
I cried for his family, for his widowed wife and 2 children. I have 2 small children around the same age. And being an advocate against gun violence, I know the lifelong impact that can have. But I also knew that I was choked up crying for our nation. To have this type of assassination in our country just is a flashing red light to our democracy. To shoot a private citizen who merely is trying to influence our democracy.
Gasped says, I've been to Japan, Vietnam, South Korea, Philippines, Singapore, Palau, Guam, Malta, Sicily, Norway, Germany, and Morocco. Well, we definitely have a lot in common in that sense, right? There have been some countries that you mentioned there that I have touched in the past. So shout out to you, my man. We definitely have a lot in common with, and as a result of that, I'll be sharing some of those stories as well in the future regarding these very similar experiences.
Is a line we crossed yesterday, and I don't know how we come back from that.
So this is a story that will likely have many updates as the days and the weeks continue, but a lot of people in our audience, especially internationally, might be wondering who Charlie Kirk was.
Charlie Kirk drew an enthusiastic crowd, as he typically did, for a debate at Utah Valley University.
Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
Fresh Melon Juice says, have you seen a video of Turkey shake when he strikes towards the camera? He reminds me of Peter Sellers. Elaborate on that a little bit, Fresh. What do you mean by how he reminds you of Peter Sellers? Who is Peter Sellers, and what exactly did he do in the body language that he was trying to convey in this video that you are talking about?
Tell us what we need to know about him in a few words.
So, I mean, he was a political commentator. He appeared on...
Gasp Dad says, I lived in Japan for 4 years. Then I moved to Hawaii for a couple of months. And now I live in Spain. Life has been a blessing, to be honest. Man, yeah, that sounds very good. He looks funny in a goofy way. Sellers is a comedian. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so you are basically just referring to some of the mini quirks that Turkey El-Sheikh may have going on. Okay.
Fox News and the other conservative networks. He had a 3-hour radio program on one of the largest radio networks in America. But his claim to fame, of course, is starting Turning Point USA. And most people in America see that as a college conservative student organization, but it has grown in the last few years well beyond that. They have more high school chapters now than they have college chapters. But he has also put billions of dollars, and the Turning Point budget is upwards of $100 billion, into 7 different cultural arenas, avenues in which he has made Turning Point into the indispensable organization for conservative causes. And this is an international story. There's a Turning Point UK, there's a Turning Point Australia, and
wow, so there it is. There's something that I did not know, right? I did not know that Turning Point was something that was common in the UK or something that was common outside of the United States. Obviously, he used Turning Point as a way to recruit college students into conservatism, which ultimately, historically, at least in recent events, in recent history, most colleges have been predominantly liberal. And as a result, he wanted to create a counter narrative. By the way, a guy coming from a guy like himself who was a college dropout, right, decided that he was going to reign influence in the college systems, and there you have it with Charlie Kirk. So, all right, that's interesting. We did not know that.
Charlie Kirk was in South Korea and Japan last week, exporting Turning Point ideals to those 2 countries.
There you go, South Korea and Japan, right? There it is, a country you're very familiar with, GAPS. So there it is. He was also trying to influence a Turning Point organization there. All right, so if you want to see the rest of that, check out Al Jazeera, what Charlie Kirk's death says about the political division in the United States. See that in its full entirety. For now, what I do want to show you is the last person that debated Charlie Kirk. Levi Clark says, are you for or against Charlie? You know what? That seems to be the question that everybody wants to ask everybody, right? Not just me or not just any particular content creator that you see in front of you. This is a common question that everybody wants to ask. And my answer to that is that I can't be one side or the other of it because I don't know enough about the guy. And that's another good point that Fresh Melon Juice just said right there. Can you really be against a dead man? Right? And that's the thing, right? How can I be against somebody that is already unalive? What I think you are trying to clarify with your question is, do I stand with his political views? And yes, Fresh Melon Juice, as you say, Levi Clark did make a great point. but to really understand the meaning of the question you are trying to articulate, I think what you are trying to ask is, do I stand with his ideals? I think that is the question you are trying to ask, more than anything. And I can answer that for you. Well, obviously, being that Charlie Kirk is a conservative, there are some ideals that I can relate to in that. But you also have to understand he's anti-Islamic. And that is a variation of different causes, right? One being that he is a Christian, so therefore his line and his alliance is going to be on that side, and he's going to have a predisposition biased on that particular subject when it comes to Islam versus Christianity, in which we both have contrasting beliefs, even though we all believe in the same creator. Levi Clark says, I'm seeing some people who celebrate his death. So I'm seeing if you are one of them who try to justify it as good. Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, let me clarify this. If Charlie was alive right now, I would absolutely go and have a debate with him. Now, unfortunately, he decided he was not going to go visit any college campuses. One college campuses that I'm an alumni of, obviously Sacramento State. He would not go there. He would not go to any California college because obviously California has a lot of minorities, right, in which he probably fears for his life against them. All in turn, while he goes to an all-white state in Utah, actually gets hit up by a white man, right? So another thing about Charlie, right? He's not an enemy combatant, even though he has ties to the president and ties to the FBI director. He's not an enemy combatant in any kind of way. He's not a war criminal. He's never raised a gun at anybody in his life, nor have I ever really seen Charlie Kirk even practice shooting a gun at all, at least not in a way that Tyler Robinson has. But here's the thing, right? From an Islamic standpoint, we cannot disrespect the dead. So that is the stance that we are at on that particular subject. Levi Clark says, I'm definitely on his side, and I like a lot of his ideals. Okay. Shout out to you on that. Gasp says, it's 22:44 over here. I'm going to leave, but take care of yourself, brother. Life is getting more and more dangerous. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to you, my Puerto Rican brother, and I hope you enjoy your time in Spain, no matter how long that may be. Mars says, yo, 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 yo. Shout out to you. What's up, my man? All right, so the last person that debated Charlie Kirk, right? When Charlie Kirk was answering a question about gun violence and gang violence on top of it, this was the last person that had debated him right before the shots went off. Mars says, Prates is the last hope for the fighting nerds. He is. Obviously, he lost, but then he came back and won big, so that's also a factor as well.
I was in the middle of debating Charlie Kirk. In the middle of the assassination in Utah.
This is the guy, the last guy to have debated Charlie Kirk and saw Charlie Kirk get hit up right there on the spot.
Valley University.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
What brought you to the event that day? I make videos on Charlie Kirk, and I made this video about the statistical analysis on trans shooters. And sort of the point that I was trying to make was that it's sort of a statistical outlier, that they're extremely underrepresented when it comes to how peaceful they are. Obviously, that question, pretty ironic given when it was given. Yeah, so I mostly came in there because Charlie's...
Well, look at the flags that he's got going on right here, right? He's got the Black Lives Matter flag. He's got the NATO flag right next to the American flag. And what do we have right here next to the American flag? Ooh. Yeah, Nick Beams says Prates lost already. Yes, but he also came back with a win, and then, yeah, so...
very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that, you know, he believes in engaging. And I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that, you know, at least some semblance of a good conversation can...
Yeah, look, you know what, man? So obviously, judging by the flag of what this guy has going on, the NATO flag, the American flag, the rainbow flag on top of it, he's going to be antiquatedly in the opposite direction of Kirk, and that's understandable. Now, with that said, it is also very mature of this guy to take the stance as to say, hey, you know what? I am glad that he's out here creating a civil discourse and giving people a platform and giving people, how do I say this? Giving people a chance to speak their minds.
Come out of it.
And as far as these like statistical anomaly thing when it comes to trans shooters, is that in response to the way that him and Turning Point were framing that as like a big issue?
So it was about 3 weeks ago. There was a trans shooter at a Catholic church. Charlie made a bunch of tweets basically saying, like, when are we going to start noticing that this is a trend? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting my math degree at UVU, Rosemont University, and I was like, there's an answer to that. There's, you know, we can determine if there's some sort of outliers, we can use p-values, things like that. And I was like, according to the data, it really...
Okay, so what he is getting at is just right after that Minnesota school shooting, Charlie Kirk brought up the idea that, hey, you know what, maybe a lot of these shootings have something to do with transgenders, right? And this gentleman right here had decided that he is going to debate Charlie Kirk, while the person that shot Charlie Kirk had something to do with an ideology of being for the transgenders. You following me so far? But let's check this out, and then we'll move on to Terrence Crawford.
It really doesn't pan out that there is a trend here at all. So I kind of made a video calling him out a little bit and saying, hey, I want to...
Okay, so shout out to this guy. He's also a content creator himself. I don't know what handles I could find of this guy, but I'm sure he's out there somewhere. False. The last debate he was arguing about before his assassination was gun control. Yes, it was gun control, and I think something to the extent of trans being involved in it as well. But this guy right here, one of the reasons why he had decided to really compel himself to go up on stage and talk to Charlie Kirk, being that this is the last guy that Charlie Kirk talked to on Earth, this was his motivational factor.
I want to come debate you, I want to come do it, and a lot of people were kind of encouraging me, so I kind of wanted to come and have my, I guess my little audience see that.
How was the energy whenever you arrived to the event?
Very conservative, for sure. Everyone was very energetic, chanting Trump, chanting USA.
Get comfortable. Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
There was a line of liberals on the rooftop who were holding like pride flags and I think some like Palestine flags and things like that. And, you know, there was a little bit of taunting back and forth, but not very out of hand. Most of the debaters were either like asking questions like who's better, LeBron or Jordan, or like some like theological debates about distinctions between like Mormonism and Christians.
Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all. Christ is King.
But also, the event lasted, I want to say 20 minutes, maybe. Like, I really didn't get a good finger on the pulse on what an event would really look like, because, I mean, I showed up fairly early. I was the second person to speak there. So, like, you know, the first person was maybe 10 minutes, and I maybe got like less than a minute in. So
there it is. If you guys want to see the rest of that, I want you guys to check out Channel 5. Yeah, that's the name of the channel. Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. So check that one out right there, okay? It is on this channel right here if you guys want to check it out. Okay, the full length of that interview. So I showed you guys some different content on this particular subject, right? The first one was an Al Jazeera content. This one is a Channel 5 content, so yeah. All right, so let's get to Terrence Crawford, right? El-Kheer says Crawford is the man. That is right. Channel 5. Yeah, okay, so he's saying enter username. I like your username, by the way. Yeah, that's a W for Channel 5. It is, yeah, that is a big W for Channel 5, right? This got 4 million views already, so you know that people are clamming to get an interview with this guy. I'm sure this guy's phone right now is ringing off the hook right now, right? Everybody wants to get an interview with him. Heck, I want to get an interview with this guy. You know, I think, yeah, I would love to interview this guy, have a chat with him, ask him what the atmosphere was like, but I think he's already answered all the questions in this one. I'm going to have to come up with some creative questions to sort of separate myself from everybody else that, you know, that is regarding this particular subject. So, all right, let's get to the Terrence Crawford and the Canelo fight, right? Because obviously there's enough death that's going on around the world right now. Let's get to something positive, and one of those positive things is Terrence Crawford finally fulfilling his dreams, right? Fulfilling his dreams. Well, he's been fulfilling his dreams for a long time, right? But now it's a little bit more on the level of being possibly one of the greatest of all times right here. And we've absolutely captured it, you know, on live stream on the same week as all these historical events were going on. So he will forever remember that. We will forever remember that. Always remember, the day that Terrence Crawford reached superstardom was the day, well, was within the week of a very tragic political turmoil that is happening in the United States. Kyle Cup says, hey, bro, let me ask you something. Okay, well, you could have already asked me something without really just asking, hey, bro, let me ask you something. But go ahead, of course. I mean, you know, you kind of wasted your question on that one, like kind of leaving me to suspense, like, well, what is he going to ask? But of course, ask away. That should have been your first sentence, was to ask what you wanted. I mean, what am I going to say no to your question? Unless, of course, it's really ridiculous and, you know, unintelligent and something that's not worthy of my attention. But for now, you are all worthy of my attention. So Pez Diddy says Crawford really proved he is the GOAT. He definitely did prove that he is the GOAT. There is no denying that. And with Canelo, you got to ask yourself, what is next for him, right? Is it that Canelo maybe is a little bit, how do I say this, man? Maybe he's just had enough. Maybe he's just had enough already. So, yeah. Honest Chris's Garage says, how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could woodchuck? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of classic. Like, I haven't heard that before. But, yeah. All right. Let's see here. All right, so let's get to this Crawford content right here.
Buddy, welcome back to the channel. New video. Well. Last night, we got a good fight, man. It's been a while since we had a good fight, and we got a good fight. I spent the last few months arguing with people why Canelo was going to win. All the things that Bud Crawford had against him, high hurdles. They were very high hurdles. And then they got in the ring. And that's the great thing about sports. All of us so-called know-it-alls, we can think whatever we want. We think we got it all figured out. And then they play the games. Or they fight the fights. And then they show us what it really is. So I tip my hat to Bud Crawford, man. I think it was probably around round 4 when I realized this is going to be a long night for Canelo.
That's right. From round 4, that's when I started noticing it was going to be a long night as well. Shout outs to Dubs. If you guys want to see the rest of that, check out Dubs right here, right? channel that supports me, has you know, a channel that I'm a big fan of, a big supporter of my channel as well. Music Boy says hi. Hey, Music Boy, how are you? All right, let's get to Terrence Crawford and what he had to say about reflecting on his undisputed championship win as he talks to Max Kellerman.
Welcome back to Inside the Ring. We are here with the man of the hour and maybe the man of the last dozen years, joining only Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao in the history of boxing as a real 4-weight division champion. And maybe just Pacquiao. We'll talk about that later. The great Terrence Bud Crawford. Bud, I know you're tired.
Correction, Manny Pacquiao never had an undisputed championship, or so I think, but not in a way where Terrence Crawford had an undisputed, all 4 belts in 3 different weight classes. He says, my old username used to be Gavin the Forsaken Boy. Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay, welcome back, my man, welcome back.
Thank you for joining us right now.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
But you are at a pinnacle now that most people only ever dream of. What does it feel like? All those years where, well, he's under the radar, no one wants to fight him, he's not going to be marketable enough, all that stuff, and now you were at...
There was a point where a lot of people really believed that Terrence Crawford was not marketable for one reason or another, right? He just wasn't a loudmouth. He wasn't all up in the videos, none of that, right? He wasn't doing none of that. So Fresh Melon Juice says, my old username used to be Fried Chicken. Okay, I don't know if you're referring to some sort of racial undertone in that one, but okay.
The very apex of sport. What are you feeling right now?
Well, to be honest, I don't feel anything because, you know, when it's meant for it to happen like that, you know, it just happened organically. You know, I know where I was meant to be. I know my place in the sport where I was, you know, destined to be at. So I just take it in stride.
When it all come?
That's a very good answer by Bud Crawford, right? He said that he was not surprised by any of this, right? I'll tell you this, right? I'm gonna read to you a social media post that I wrote the other day that I think is really important. I probably deleted this already, but I took a screenshot of it. But I'm going to read it for the sake of for the sake of just this particular content. So, all right. This is what I wrote in regards to Bud Crawford. I sort of related this to myself a little bit, right? Okay, so I wrote here, no disrespect to any homie that went for Canelo tonight. Okay, you want me to do it in a Russian reporter voice. Okay, I do this in Russian reporter voice. Okay, let's go. No disrespect to any homie. Well, Russians don't say homies. No disrespect to any comrade that went for Canelo tonight. What I am about to say goes beyond sports. So understand, I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. It's a sport. And one man has to win while his tribe pushes propaganda for their side. Tonight, I felt like I won with Crawford. And let me hold on. Let me put on the light here. Hold on a second. Oops. Sorry, I had to plug in the light real quick. Sorry, having a little bit of technical difficulties there. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, got the light back on. Sorry about that. Okay, go back to Russian newsman. We start from very beginning. Okay. Okay, no disrespect to any comrade that went for Canelo tonight. What I'm about to say goes beyond sport. So understand, I ain't mad at you. It's a sport. One man has to win while his tribe pushes propaganda for their side. Tonight, I felt like I won with Crawford. Why? All of you never believed in my podcast. I wish the worst for your life. You will always be an enemy of mine because I will die for this podcast fame. I'm down to die for this. Allahu Akbar. Doubted me like most of the boxing pundits doubted Crawford. The truth is, Bud should have been the best boxer after all these years not getting the opportunity. Just like I am the greatest MMA streamer in the history of mixed martial arts. All of you who doubted me are losers who hate your lives. You never took challenge to reach greatness, so therefore you think I am like you. You think I quit like you the minute adversity comes your way. I am relentless till the day I die. I'm nothing like most people, and it is the reason why I have followers around the world who believe in me. Now the world believes in Crawford, a true Rocky story in a modern era of boxing, where status quo and gatekeepers have remained untested. So there it is, right? I'm not surprised that I was able to get this far with YouTube and also exponentially growing because, let's be honest about this, right? I know people in the MMA industry. I know people in the rap industry. I know people in different industries and this and that. And Keegan says, yo, it's the new critical eye. Am I the new critical eye? Hey, maybe. Obviously, he doesn't have a YouTube page anymore, but he does have a big following. So I'm not going to act like I'm not using that in any kind of way, because for sure I am going to be using that to my advantage, right? The fact that he's not in YouTube and I am. So, but shout out to you on that, Keegan. Shout out to Critical Eye MMA 2. I F with his content. You know, Russian newsman is the best. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Hey, you know what? He doesn't go and do accents like that. I know MMA Guru does, but he has and done different types of accents that are a little bit different than mine. So yeah, Terrence Crawford is not surprised. Like, I'm not surprised that I'm able to, you know, one day surpass Critical Eye MMA. I mean, before he left, he had like 9,000 followers in YouTube and was growing. So do a Crawford accent. Not very good at doing Crawford accents, to be quite honest with you. But let's hear the actual Terrence Crawford himself.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to have a conversation. Well, don't let I'll get going. Go. Real quick, I want to say congrats, but the whole culture's behind you. When I see you,
he said the whole culture's behind you. What he's trying to say by that is all of the black people are behind Terrence Crawford, of course.
Walking in, the first thing I said to you, but the belt is in his case. Go get it. You looked at him and said, I'm going to go get it. So congratulations on that. I just want to say how big this moment is for you, bro. 3-time undisputed champ. I mean, the last time was Harry Armstrong in 1930-something. We couldn't drink at the same water fountain. It was that long ago. Right. So how big does that really feel, though? Because that's big. I know you're saying it's normal, but that's big, bro. How does it truly feel, though? Because you're the king of this joint right now.
But to be honest, you know, it feels great. But at the same time, you know, that's the honest to God truth. Like, you know, like I'm not jumping around, jumping for joy. I'm just like, maybe they ain't set in yet. You know, I'm just like, yeah. I told everybody, you know, what was gonna happen. And it happened just like I said it would.
Cop, you want to ask him the same question to see if we get over? Can we move on now?
Yeah, look, Bud, I should have.
That's huge, bro.
When you said you were going to beat him, I should have listened. That was the first time and the last time I picked against you. And you were great. But the thing that surprised and impressed me the most, Bud, is how well you took Canelo's punches. I mean, that was your first fight at 68. You hadn't even fought at 160. And I saw you say at the post-fight press conference that even Mean Machine hits harder than this guy. When did you know in the fight that you could take his shots pretty well?
Oh, was kidding about the accent referring to Critical's impressions. Does he do impressions? Oh, yeah, he does. He does, right? He does kind of do, you know, mockery impressions of black folks and, you know, and things of that nature. So, yeah, you are right. He does kind of delve into that.
Well,
punched hard, you know, but I think, you know, he couldn't land the shots that he wanted to land on me, and that was frustrating him. You know, if you watch the fight, he only landed a few, like, telling shots, like a couple of straight rights, you know, like a straight right to the body. But everything else was, like, blocked or parried or he missed. You know, when I say me...
Yeah, that's very true, man. Terrence Crawford did block a lot of his shots, and his defense was impeccable in that. Keegan says, just sub, bro. Can't wait to see you have 100K subs in the next few years, man. Thank you so much, man. I highly appreciate that. Much love to you, man. It is people like you with a positive reaffirmation that spews these things in a positive way that just absolutely gets me going, gets me hyped, and gets me energized to hear that, and keeps me motivated. Thank you, my man. I highly appreciate that. May Allah bless you.
Machine hit harder than him. I could say that Mean Machine caught me with more cleaner punches.
By the way, guys, don't be shy. Throw some super chats around my way. Whatever you think this channel is worth for all it's worth, and the contributions that you want to put into it, so that we can create this movement as the biggest movement in the history of mixed martial arts content creation, inshallah.
You know, I felt more than Canelo, and we fight with 8 ounces instead of 10 ounces as well.
Right, of course.
Keegan says, Crawford blocked all that ish. I don't even know if Canelo won a single round. Knew the judges would score it. You know what? We'll go back to the scoring that I had on this one, because I obviously did score the entire fight. So I'm going to show you a video of me scoring the entire fight in just a little bit. So
that makes a difference.
But the fight was tied on the judges' scorecards going into the 11th round. Were you aware that you had to close the show big to leave no doubt? Because even Canelo at the end was acknowledging defeat. But had those last two rounds been close, maybe we're not talking about the fight the same way we are right now, right? Were you aware that you had to close it?
Of course. You know, my corner.
However, our third quarter earnings show a market trend that...
All right, let's see here.
To the championship rounds, they just kept yelling at me, you got to close the show. You got to win the championship rounds, because they're not going to give it to you. You got to win the championship rounds, because it was one round where, you know, I dominated it.
He says, did Anik crush the boxing commentators? Well, I tell you what, right? In terms of entertainment value, I would say so. But John Anik is not a boxing guy, nor does he pretend to be. But we love John Anik for who he is. And the fact that it is promoted by Dana White shows, hey, you know what? There's a UFC component to this in terms of entertainment value. Keegan says, yeah, I think he did well. Hopefully he stays there. Oh, listen, that's not the last time that John Anik is going to be doing that, right? They're going to do more of this, where there's going to be a UFC card somewhere across the country, and then they're going to have a boxing card, a very big boxing card, in which Dana White and TKO is going to be involved with, and then they're going to throw him in there. Don't also be surprised if Joe Rogan joins in on something similar to what John Anik has done. Obviously not the aspect of what Andre Ward does or what Max Kellerman does, because they're a little bit more on the side of being boxing aficionados, but more as the color commentating, right? Keegan says, but just because others are so trash. Do you mean that the people in the boxing industry, is that what you are referring to?
And the scorecards, they gave it to Canelo, and that just changed the whole mentality of the fight. You know, they were just like, all right, you know, you got to go out there and win these rounds. You got to go out there and win these rounds.
Okay, but check this out. I know, like, Shady brought up Henry Armstrong, undisputed. All that. I don't care about all the... I'm talking about who's the real champ of every division. The lineal, the guy who unifies, whatever, the real champ. In the history of boxing, Henry Armstrong did it in 3 divisions, They say Floyd did it in 4, but he had a weight stipulation where Canelo couldn't weigh in as a full junior middleweight. I don't count that. That's not a junior middleweight. That's 3 for Floyd. Manny Pacquiao did 4. Terrence Crawford has done 4. I heard you after the fight say you're thinking about middleweight. Because if you waited for those dudes to unify or they set up some tournament and you won the middleweight Ring Magazine champion, you would be the first real 5-division champion in the history of boxing. Is that on your mind?
I'm sure that's definitely on his mind, considering the fact that Terrence Crawford is out for greatness. By the way, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get this thing cracking.
There's really nothing on my mind right now. You know, like I said, I'm resting up. I ain't talked to my team yet, you know, and I'm just enjoying the victory and, you know, my hard work and everything that I put in the sport.
So why'd you tell him at the desk after the fight you're thinking about middleweight? I heard that.
He said Khamzat is the best. Yes. Now, what about Terrence Crawford here talking about how he wants to go to middleweight? Let's hear what this is about.
We didn't all see that.
They asked me, you know what I mean, a question. I told them, I said, I don't know. Maybe I'll go down to 160. You know, I said, I don't know. Maybe, you know, it's a thought. It's not a fact yet. If I do it, then it'll be a fact. Right now, it's just a thought.
Yeah, but look, I've known you a long time, right? I think I met you in 2012 when we did that first interview. What I'm impressed by is using everything your way. You heard people say that you're not going to be a big star, that you don't have this, you don't have that. Top Rank, in my opinion, never pushed you this way. And now we see you headlining over 70,000 people in attendance. Crazy atmosphere there on Netflix. Why were you so emotional afterward? Is it that you just realized everything that you achieved, the moment just hit you then?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's just, you know, the history.
Look, I'll tell you what's crazy about that, right? I can relate to Terrence Crawford in that particular way. I'll tell you why. Look, Terrence Crawford became a 3-time undisputed champion at 37 years old, right? See, what a lot of people may not know about me is that I graduated college at 37 years old. Let me tell you why that's significant. I felt the same way that Terrence Crawford did. It was a feeling of vindication. It was a feeling of finally making it after all these years of setbacks. Now, if you graduated college in your 30s, it means that you had some setbacks along the way. Maybe you failed a few classes. Maybe you weren't able to decide on a particular major that you want to get into. Maybe you had work along the way, meaning that you had to sacrifice one semester to go to work, and then vice versa, right? And then you sacrifice work to finally finish off your whole full semester. But when I finished college at 37 years old, I was like, wow, you know what, man? This is amazing. This is an amazing feeling. I felt very vindicated because after all these years, many people had always credit my intelligence, right? The way that I speak, the way that I carry myself. But in reality, I almost had nothing to show for it, right? Because I wasn't a college graduate. Yeah, I was doing well in selling cars. I was doing well in the other business ventures that I was getting into and other job opportunities that I had. But actually being able to, what did I study? Media, public relation communications. So yeah, it's basically media communications, but in the realm and the specific studies of public relations. So public relations and journalism go hand in hand, because journalism is reporting on a news that is out there, that is factual with no biasness behind it, for whatever that means in today's modern journalism. And then PR is basically the other sister concept of that, in which that you sort of, how do I say this? You speak on the behalf of a client that you are dealing with. So did you hear Eddie Hall called out Brock Lesnar? Yes. And if that was to happen, what organization would that fight be under? right? Brock Lesnar and Eddie Hall. You know what I would love to see out of them, right? I would love to see them do a no-limit fight, a valet judo, like 30 minutes, non-stop, no rounds. Let's see how it goes. Let's see where it finishes. And you're guaranteed to get a finish on that one with a 30-minute time limit. Pork Chop says, would you bet on, I'd say, Lesnar? Being that he's a much higher level wrestler, but he's never been great at getting hit in the head. Yeah, and that's what makes this fight very intriguing. I think that makes it very intriguing in and of itself, even though on paper, Brock Lesnar should be the favorite and the much more legit combat athlete between the two.
You know, behind the
And if Eddie Hall has any shred of chance, you know, then one has to ask, if that has any, what do you call it? If that has any credibility in the heavyweight division alone, right? Karate Combat for those big dudes would look beast. So you're saying in a Karate Combat match with Eddie Hall and Brock Lesnar? Yeah, you know what? That would sort of make it a much more even fight. When you say, like, come to think of it, yeah, it seems like that would be a much more even fight.
sport is everything that, you know, I trained for my whole life. It all was, you know, coming out that one night. That was all paying off. You know, you have a lot of people that, you know, adopted.
They call it the squared circle. That would be the name of it. I forgot what they call the ring. It's not. Oh, you're talking about Karate Combat. I guess they just call it a mat, right? You know, I fought in something similar to that, except there is no, like, what do you call it? There is no barrier. There's no borderlining barrier. Matter of fact, let me see if I could pull up a picture of that, right? It's a kickboxing event, but with no ring. It's was fought in a mat. So let me see here. See if I can pull up some pictures of this. Okay, so here it is right here. This is the this is back in 2010, me fighting at a kickboxing event. So there it is, right? There's the famous Johnny Davis as the referee. That's me in the red shorts right there. Yeah, nice little trip takedown that I got right there. So yeah, see, open mat. Kick off, I guess. It's kind of like a wall that you can stand on. It's hard to describe. Yeah, it's on a mat, but yeah, obviously this one doesn't have any of those barriers, see? So if you notice, like right back there, if you see where my mouse is right here, like you see there's no barriers there, right? So it's kind of like that. So yeah, that shout outs to that, man. That was back in 2010. So, all right, back to Terrence Crawford. That is similar to a wrestling ring for high school, college. Yes, exactly. So I basically fought in a wrestling mat, kickboxing rules, right? Muay Thai amateur kickboxing rules in you know, in a mat. So
Terrence Crawford can't sell. Terrence Crawford is not marketable, you know, and they push the narrative to the public, and that's all people write about. Oh, Terrence Crawford can't do this. Terrence Crawford can't do that. But anyone that Terrence Crawford fights, you see career, because, you know, a lot of people was looking at me and said, oh yeah, they said he's not marketable. Oh, they said he's not.
Shout out to Truth Seeker right there, my man. Were you disappointed in Canelo's efforts? No, I mean, look, I was biasly going for Terrence Crawford on this one, but I will say, yeah, Canelo could have done better, but yeah. Dana said boxing was basically boring and a podcast between fights. Was that in reference to the fact that Dana White did not look happy when he was there with Turkey El-Sheikh, from what it seems? He said he was going to change it, but it was the same. Yeah, man. Yeah. I think that's why Dana White kind of looked upset, because he didn't have the creative control that he sort of wanted in that event. So,
don't have a personality, things like that, because I didn't want to do things their way. I didn't want to put on a show. I didn't want to disrespect my opponents when they wasn't disrespecting me. I wasn't,
That's a good point, man. You know what? They wanted Terrence Crawford to be a character, and he said, nope, I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to try to do that. Yeah. I'm going to do it my way. And at the end, it paid off, right? Very similar to Khabib. Look, I think that when you are like Terrence Crawford or Khabib, it only pays off almost at the end of your career, or when you had that big marquee matchup in which he had Conor McGregor versus Khabib. In this case, he had Errol Spence, now Canelo, as a high-profile fight. Afternoon says, do you think the White House card is really going to happen? Yes, that is going to happen. Look, whenever Donald Trump or Dana White says something, I have no reason to doubt them. Now, if you have any reasons to doubt Dana White, then, please let me know. But they are adamant in doing this, and I think the reason why they're adamant in doing this is because, look, politicians understand how powerful sports is, right? Fresh Melon Juice says they need long breaks to broadcast all the rich people they pay to be there. Correct. With the commercial aspect as well, the advertisements, that has something to do with it. Truth Seeker says, I'm not a fan of the new age WWE type of antics in MMA. Yes, that's very true, but unfortunately, that is what we expect out of fighters, both in boxing and MMA. We want them to be characters. When you hear Terrence Crawford right here, he said, look, they wanted me to disrespect my opponents when I didn't need to. That's true, Fresh. Good point. Mars says, can't wait for Kayla Harrison to headline the White House card. Yeah, I think that would be the prevailing dominant candidate for that. Pork Chop says, I agree with Truth. The antics suck. I miss the 90s when we had 3 entrance songs and multiple fights a night in different styles. Okay.
I'm not a guy that wear jewelry for no reason.
He says he's not a guy that wears jewelry for no reason. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. All right, we're back on. Sorry about that. Had to answer a call right there. Kayla Harrison is not going to headline Kyrie. No, of course not. I mean, honestly, do you really want America's 250th birthday to be headlined by Kayla Harrison? I mean, think about it, right? So, look, man, obviously Kayla Harrison is an American Olympian, so it does make sense. We'll put her in the beginning of the main card. How about that? Even while she's a champion. So the first main card fight is going to be a 5-round fight. How about that? Right?
Just the things that I didn't want to do that they wanted me.
Mars says maybe if Sandhagen wins. Maybe if Sandhagen wins. If Sandhagen wins, then who would he fight? O'Malley? Maybe O'Malley, Umar. He already fought Umar, but Umar did beat him. So if they are really doing it to celebrate America, who do you think Dana White should drag out of retirement as a big name cash grab? You know what? Brock Lesnar could be thrown in there. Obviously, Brock Lesnar, not as a headliner. The headliner is going to be Khamzat. I project it's going to be Khamzat. Look, Khamzat is not going to fight till then. They'll probably preserve him, right? Maybe he'd want to get a fight in between. Maybe he'll go into Abu Dhabi. Maybe not. But Ankalaev will certainly be there. And look, it doesn't have to be an American fighter, because this is what I need you guys to understand. The UFC is imported from America. They import the UFC to the world from America, with America as a base. So the UFC is already an American company, it's an international company, but it's an American-based company. That is what we are presenting to the world. So it doesn't have to be an American fighter. It doesn't have to be John Jones, who's unreliable. It doesn't have to be, well, it can be Conor McGregor, who is not American, but by the end of the day, he is reaping the benefits of America, right? So it doesn't have to be an American fighter. And man, you know, unfortunately, we are a little bit thin on the American side when it comes to fighters in the top 10. Pork Chop Afternoon says it would be kind of cool if they overplayed Eddie being British and Lesnar being American. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Yes, there you go. That's it. That's it right there. Lesnar being American and Eddie being British. Yes, maybe announce after the pay-per-view, announce 300-pound division since the heavyweight division is so ass. They're not going to touch that. They're not going to touch the weight divisions. The UFC likes the divisions that they have already. They're never going to touch that. I promise you, Pork Chop. That is not going to be touched. Mars says, do you think they'll do a main event without an American fighter? More than likely. That is a great chance that that is how it's going to happen. A non-American headlining that. Pork Chop says, please no Jones. He's had so many problems for the UFC. Exactly. Fresh Melon Juice says UFC is Japanese. I think you're talking about Pride, but Pride FC. But they did buy Pride FC, and as a result, that becomes a UFC company. Look, here's the thing, right? They say that Fedor never fought in the UFC. I disagree. He did fight in the UFC. It was under Pride because they are owned by the UFC. So therefore, he is a UFC veteran, right? So in that concept. And then at one point, Pride FC had the best fighters in the world in comparison to the UFC. Pork Chop says, could be a huge thing, though, to bring it back to the 1776 Clash of the Titans. Yeah, right? Because if you can't get Tom, British guy, and John Jones, top American champion, then that's what you got to do, right? Bring in Eddie Hall and Brock Lesnar as a representative of those two things. But again, the UFC is an American company that imports its entertainment to the international world, meaning that it doesn't have to be an American fighter because the UFC, by the end of the day, is as American as baseball, right? So that's the way that I see it. But if they need to put it in a theme where it has to be American fighters or this and that, they'll have American fighters in the undercard, but we're talking about main event. I don't know what American fighter you would really have a main event. But then again, listen, we're in September right now. This fight is going to be in like 9 months or so from now, right? So we're talking like July of. So that means that a lot can change from now till then. Somebody could have a Jorge Masvidal, Ben Askren performance, and now we're like, oh, we got to put him on straight away. Right? That's what happened with Jorge Masvidal. He knocked out Ben Askren. Everybody thought that Ben Askren was going to win this. And the next thing you know, they're putting Jorge Masvidal in a card against, what's-his-face? Nate Diaz for the BMF card. Pork Chop says maybe they could use it as a country versus country winner, get a trophy, kind of corny, but could sell to the countries that wouldn't always tune in. Or continents that wouldn't tune in. Okay. I get it, because Mars says, I get it, because there aren't any American draws at the moment ever since John retired. Right. So they have to justify the reality that we as a UFC are an American company that imports to a wider international audience, and this is our gift to America. That we are able to produce all the best fighters in the world and have them fight in our league and sometimes in our country, in the United States, right? So that's the way that they're going to have to justify it because, yeah, at the moment there isn't a lot of American stars. Thomas Quinn says, American sports are selfish. You know what? That's an interesting comment there, Thomas Quinn. You're going to have to elaborate for me on that, right? When you say American sports are selfish, I almost feel like that's the opposite. Now, do you mean that the athletes are selfish, or do you mean that the gaming concept is selfish? Because the gaming concept of baseball, basketball, football, those are anything but selfish. They emphasize team cohesion, right? Having a great group of individuals doesn't always work out. Look at the way that I believe, mid-2000s, the LA Lakers had Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Kobe Bryant, all these big names all in one and couldn't win a championship. Thomas Quinn says there's minimal catering to outside U.S. Fans. There's minimal catering to outside U.S. fans. If anything, there's less catering to American fans, right? They want to cater more to the international audience. So, but yeah, fighting is a selfish sport in and of itself. But yeah. Mars says, imagine a double champ fight between Islam and Topuria at the White House. There you go. Two non-Americans, right? But it's still a great fight, and it is still a great gift to the UFC and a great gift for America's birthday party, right? None of them are American. Islam trains in America, and Ilia Topuria embodies the reality of Western greatness. Let's just be honest about that, right? He represents Western greatness, confidence, style, jazz and pizzazz about him, right? Not American, but sort of carries the American spirit in that, and he's a guy that would blend in well in America. Thomas Quinn says 90% of U.S. Fights are like 4 a.m. start time. Here in the UK. It's rough. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so that's what you mean by catering to the American audience. Yes, they cater to us in prime time, and yeah, man, it is absolutely rough as a UK fight fan to, to do all that, right? Same here, Thomas Mars says, yeah. Yeah, man, shout outs to the UK, man. You guys are real hardcore in that, right? UFC China was where I experienced what the UK fans have felt, right? Was UFC China during the Walker, headline card.
Me to do, they go out there and say, oh, well, they lost money on me. It's just crazy, though, to see me headline, not one of the largest attending fight in American history. In American history, Canelo fought so many great fighters before me. And a lot of people, they say, oh, well, Canelo's driving this fight. Canelo's driving this fight. But when you look at it, you see Errol Spence, his largest attendance, his highest paycheck was against Terrence Crawford. But they say, oh, Errol Spence did this. But you see Canelo Alvarez, his highest paycheck, his largest attendance, was against Terrence Crawford.
Facts. The highest fight for Errol Spence was Terrence Crawford. The highest fight paid for Canelo Alvarez was against Terrence Crawford. So it proves wrong the idea that Terrence Bud Crawford is, is not a draw. He absolutely is a draw, and he proved you guys wrong as a result of that.
A lot of people, they don't give me no credit. They just, try to demise who Terrence Crawford is and give the other fighter all the credit. When, it's two fighters. It takes two fighters to tangle. We both made this fight happen. And history was made, on both ends,
Costa versus RDR will be a fun one. RDR, yes, that will be a fun one. Because Costa is the one stepping in for Anthony Hernandez. Okay, man, yeah, I'm gutted for Anthony Hernandez, man. I know in the beginning of the live stream, someone had informed me that, that he was out. And yeah, I'm gutted for Anthony Hernandez. Obviously, you guys know I've shared a card with Anthony Hernandez back in 2012. So, I kind of have a special place in my heart for, for the homie. So,
because without Canelo, there wouldn't be.
Cooper says, I salute you for being fair and unbiased. Yeah, thank you so much, man. You know what? That's what I try to be, right? I try to be fair and unbiased. Now, is this in reference, Cooper, to my MMA takes or my political takes or both? Let me know what this is in reference to, because obviously I have given takes on the political topics, but also on the MMA topics as well. So, yeah, let me know if you, what in particular do you mean by that? But thank you regardless anyway. Shout out to you on that.
No history-making fight. Without Terrence Crawford, there wouldn't be no history-making fight. So you got to give both of the fighters credit, you know, for the magnitude of the fight. And as well, you got to give Turkey Al-Sheikh, Riyadh Season, Netflix.
Afternoon, between Don Fry and Fedor Prime, I would go with Fedor on that one. Fedor, all-time best pick, prime for prime against any heavyweight. Probably one of the best heavyweights ever.
Because it's a whole team of effort that everybody put in to make the event as big as it was.
Terrence Bud Crawford, you did it your way. You never compromised who you are. And now you sit here with it's going to be, as I said, easily the most watched fight since
Cooper says, I haven't heard the political takes, but I'll watch this back to check them out. Oh, okay. So, Cooper, I guess you are talking about the MMA takes. Okay, thank you for that, my man. And the reason why I asked that is because I do give political takes. I do give you my opinion on these political takes, but I also tell you, well, this is the prevailing side opposite of the contrasting view that I'm presenting to you. And also, I make you determine what is right in terms of your opinion and how you're going to view the world. So thank you for that. I hope you do stay around to like and subscribe and also check out all my past contents that I've done here.
Ali Spinks 47 years ago, the biggest attendance in American in United States history for an indoor boxing match for sure. And more than that, Bud, this generation of fans, you're not going to be able to tell them anything about Terrence Crawford. Years from now, some other fighter's going to come around and they're going to be like, man, I don't want to hear it. Bud would have beaten that guy. You are this generation's boxing icon. We appreciate you coming on.
And I appreciate you, Cooper. He says, I subscribe to you. You earned it. Thank you, my man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Early in the morning for you after a...
Yeah, and for you guys out there, don't be shy to throw some super chats along the way as well.
Fight like that on a Saturday here on a Monday morning. Thank you very much, Bud. Congratulations.
There's a massive misconception.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys hear what Brendan Schaub had to say about this fight real quick, and then hold on. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you guys with Brendan Schaub for just a second.
Fight Uber drivers, I get it. Your boy's looking tan, reddish. My red turns into tan. I'll be full-blown Apache Indian by the end of this month. I'm outside literally all day Saturday, all day Sunday. Travel ball, man. Travel ball. Get to the fields in Dripping Springs. Get to the field at... You have to be on the field at 8, so we left the house around 7. So I was out in the sun for about 8 to 4. Both days. Yeah, all day, dude. I love it, though. I love it. Nothing better, man. Yeah. Nothing will drain you like being out in the sun. I'm good, though, baby. Energy's good. Trying to get my calories in on the road, out there in travel ball life. Everything's good, though, dude. Everything's good. Saturday, when you're out in the sun all day, and then my neighbors threw a straight-up fiesta for the Canelo-Terrence Crawford fight. When I say fiesta, I'm talking authentic mariachis, which my wife and mother-in-law are obsessed with. These mariachis were there 2 hours. As a gringo, as a white boy, after about 15 minutes, I'm all set on mariachi. Mexicans are not. They enjoyed the entire 2 hours. The problem is mariachi, I don't know, for you whites out there, if you've never had mariachis, they're loud. Yeah. Loud. and I couldn't hear anything as the fights in football was going on. So I asked them to put on the subtitles, and that was my night for literally 2 hours. But it was fun. It was fun. Here's the thing, though, with boxing, it's not the UFC, right? UFC, let's say they go, all right, card starts at main card. Even prelims, we'll stick with main card to make it easy. Main card starts at 8 p.m. Central Time. There's about 5 to 10 minutes, and then the fighters are in the ring. From the cage walk, the build-up, about 10 minutes usually, and then you're off to the races, and what you're tuning in for starts, and you're seeing two guys fight, and that's why you tuned in at 8 o'clock. In boxing, I looked it up. So my neighbor goes, yo, man, party starts at 7. Party starts at 7. I went, oh, interesting. So you're gonna do, you're gonna have the party all throughout the entire card. And he goes, sure am. And he goes, Canelo and Terrence Crawford, if you look online, it says they're gonna walk at 10 o'clock Central Time. And I said, yep, but it's boxing, so there's no way they walk at 10. I would assume it's going to be a little later. Because boxing. Now, Dana, leading up to this Crawford-Canelo fight, his gripes with boxing is the pacing of the broadcast and all the shit that they do. And obviously, you know, on all these other...
He says, oh, Schaub has infiltrated us. Oh, man. So you don't like Schaub as well, huh? Well, okay, I could kind of understand that. I mean, you know, Schaub is not exactly, you know, always a likable guy. I mean, he's likable in a sense where we watch his comedy because as combat sports enthusiasts, you know, we kind of feel like he's one of the boys. So even though he's not exactly on the level of Dave Chappelle, not even on the level of Joe Rogan, quite frankly, in terms of comedy skills, we watch him anyway because he's part of the boys, right? On the other side of that, he does have credibility in his experience, but he is somewhat, you know, annoying. Pika says, how's your Monday going? My Monday is doing very well, my man. Thank you for asking. And you being here, obviously, you know, made that a whole lot better. So shout out to you. Ready for Monday Night Raw tonight? No. What is... Okay, so I'm assuming that you think that I follow wrestling religiously because of the WWE belt behind me. But give me some updates. What are some things that we're going to look forward to in Monday Night Raw? Because... The only thing that I have in my mind nowadays is just, you know, combat sports, MMA, maybe boxing, the big boxing fights as well. But let me know. Splashy says, Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Okay, so we got some people here sort of, you know, throw in some of their religious beliefs. That's always a good thing that I encourage. And, you know, here's the thing that I notice about with Christians, too, right? They are very genuine in bringing dawah to and about their religion, right? So Pika says, I like combat sports, too. Boxing, MMA, and wrestling are my all-time favorite sports. All right, well, shout out to you, my man. Let me know what part of the world you are from.
Promotions, it's a bit of a shit show. They have dancing, they have singing, they keep throwing it back to the desk and the broadcasters, and it's.
But here's something Brendan Schaub has to understand. This is what boxing has always been. I am from USAU. I'm from the United States as well, in Sacramento, California, to be exact, my man.
Terrible. It's terrible. It's awful. And so Dana's whole issue is now that I'm involved in boxing, it's gonna be a different product, and we're, you know, the pacing's gonna be better. And he's notoriously, to quote him, said, yeah, they basically do a podcast in between the fights or building up to the fights. And I'm like, yes, get him, Dana. That's what I'm talking about. Thank God TKO's in boxing. Here we go. He's gonna change the face.
He said, yeah, Schaub used to be cool. Now, Marty, let me know when and where is it where you started noticing, you know what, man, I don't know about this Brendan Schaub fella, right? I don't know about what gave this away, right? Was it, you know, during the Bobby Lee and Kayla's situation? Was it his situation with Chin? Well, he's got a lot of, it's like this Chin guy who's his producer, right? It's like he kind of follows Brandon around like his little manslave or whatever, which is kind of weird, right? Chin had a thing going on in LA. By the way, if you're somebody like Chin who's single, who doesn't have a family, and you live in LA, you know, seems like probably the best solution for you. But he drags Chin out of his life in LA to live in Texas, right? Now, I understand Brendan Schaub wants to go live in Texas because he has these Republican, you know, right-wing fantasies that he has going on, right? But he should have never left California in the first place because of what he's trying to do, being a podcast host and also being a comedian. Everything that he was looking for was here. And obviously, I think Joe Rogan was trying to create some sort of media hub or comedy media hub in Austin, but, you know, that's neither here or there. Okay, so Pika says, you asked me what's been going on with the WWE lately. Brock Lesnar returned and he ripped his pants while giving R-Truth the F. What? Man, listen, that's crazy to say that R-Truth and Brock Lesnar are still involved in a WWE storyline in some kind of way, right? Like, you would think these two guys would fade off somewhere, but, you know, here comes R-Truth and Brock Lesnar still doing it. Gary Webb, shout out to you, my man. First time that you are here. Gary Webb says lies. He never was cool. And that, I believe, is in reference to Brendan Schaub. Pika says, West Side in the house. I'm from the West Coast, too. That's right. That's right. West Coast in the house. Probably around 5 or so years ago, his ego got out of control and everyone started realizing how much he lies about stuff to feed his ego. Very true. Truth Seeker says he's the ultimate one-upper. Can't take any criticism and is always the expert on everything. Yeah. That is the thing about Brandon Schaub, right? He does kind of come across as a know-it-all. But at the same time, too, there are moments where he is kind of humble and he says, you know what, I don't know about this. But, yeah, you know, I guess it depends on what episode you sort of catch Brendan Schaub at, so.
He said boxing.
Paiku says, my name is Peekaboo, just spelled differently. AJ Lee also returned and apparently signed a full-time contract. Okay, so AJ Lee, that is the wife of CM Punk, from what I believe.
And then you realize that Ali Ashik, or whatever the hell his name is, the Turkey Ashik, the guy who basically owns the world, and he has all the money in the world, and does whatever.
He says, Allah Sheik, that Allah Sheik guy, Ali Sheik, he called him Ali Sheik. That's crazy, man. Brendan Schaub, man, he just sounds like an absolutely ignorant American, really. You know, I mean, yeah, that's really the best way to put it. He says, Gary, when he first started his podcast, he was all right. He used to actually be funny.
Okay. It was like very cool, but it's boxing. We're going to do it my way. You realize Dana and his team don't have as much power as they thought, because that was the exact same product we're always used to. The pacing was awful. The undercard was awful. There was one good fight. That one that went to a draw, that was a good fight. Callum Walsh fight was, you know, it's like a glorified sparring match. And then they had Tool, who I'm a huge fan of Tool. I love Tool. Randomly, without the lead singer, just play a riff before the fight. And you're like, what is going on here? It was just strange. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. So I left the party because they didn't walk out till almost 11:30, 11:45. I want to say here Central Time. So I was like, I'm exhausted. I'm usually in bed by 9. So I leave the party. The whole family left the party, and we went back and we tried staying up and watching it. I fell asleep rounds 3 through 7. The entire family fell asleep, and I woke back up. And then obviously on Sunday I rewatched the rounds.
Okay, so Peekaboo says, you saw the Canelo Crawford fight, right? Yes. If so, what did you think of it? I think that it showed the levels of Terrence Crawford and where he belonged. For a long time, many people had doubted Terrence Crawford, and this was his time of vindication. And all along, he was the best fighter but he never got the opportunity. And it kind of shows you the difference in the era that we live in right now with Turkey al-Sheikh and the Saudis. They are now willing to find out who is the best in the world and how we can promote them to show exactly that and to properly pay them for what they are worth based on their skills and what they can do alone. Whereas back in the days, it was just all about, well, okay, you know what? These are the skilled fighters, but we can't really do anything with them because we don't know how to properly promote them, and that's that.
But I was out, dude. I was out.
Mars says, I think Joe Rogan made a mistake when he convinced Brandon to quit MMA. Yeah, I agree with that, right? I think Joe was coming from a place where he felt like, you know what, I care about this guy. I don't want to see him get hurt. But at the same time, as MMA fans and also as MMA pundits, we are seeing a Brendan Schaub that was still in his prime. Peekaboo says, who are some of your all-time favorite boxers and MMA fighters? You know what? I don't really have any favorites, right? I just love the sport overall. I think most people, when they say they have favorites, they either are just a favorite of that person and they don't really like the rest of the sport. But in reality, yeah, I really do like the sport for what it is. So, because Brandon was top 15 at the time. Yes, they didn't have a ranking at the time, but yeah, he was definitely top 15 in world heavyweight MMA, right? All across the board, not just with the UFC. Yeah, I like that fight too. Mars says, okay, so Truth says, well, Joe figured if he can do comedy, everyone can. Joe figured if he can do comedy, everyone can. Yeah. What Joe doesn't understand is that he had a different lifestyle and a different level of street smarts that maybe Brandon doesn't have, and it is the reason why Joe is able to convey himself in a very funny way in a comedy setting. Mars says, by Joe's logic, if you're not in title contention, you should quit. Yes, and once again, Truth Seeker, you know where this goes to. That goes to that, Daniel Hamid kid, right? Well, if I'm not the best at what I do, I'm not going to do it. You know, that's how he views the world, right? And Joe Rogan sort of views the world in that same light. What I think he wanted out of Brendan Schaub was that he wanted Brendan Schaub to be a world champion, right? As sort of like a world champion that he endorses. But then when he started noticing that Brendan Schaub doesn't have world champion opportunities or world champion aspirations or world champion caliber, he just decided, you know what, maybe not. But then in hindsight, you look at all the heavyweights right now. Brendan Schaub could beat a lot of the heavyweights right now, in my humble opinion. Peekaboo says, it's the same for me. I don't really have any particular fave in boxing, MMA, or wrestling. I just like the sports in general. I like them as a whole. Okay. Mars says, Joe can't do good comedy either. He's only funny on podcasts sometimes. You're right about that. It kind of only translates in podcasting, right? But although he was a comedian before he was a podcaster, and he used the podcast as only a way to promote his comedy. But then he eventually became the best podcaster in the world.
Yeah, but boxing just has a way of doing things, this old school way. It's one of the reasons why it's a dying sport, not to mention their star power is an insane issue, especially with Canelo losing, who was the face of boxing. He was the golden boy for boxing. So with him kind of on his way out, Usyk's on his way out, Fury's done, Joshua's done, Gervonta Davis fighting Jake Paul. Boxing's in a weird place. And this isn't a boxing versus MMA thing and any of that shit. It's just, it is what it is. It's just in a really weird spot.
He says, the photos on your wall, you made them? No, I just bought them. I thought it looked nice. It's the ocean in down in LA, down in Malibu. So this one right here, I believe this is a city. This is in New York. Yeah, this is in New York City right here. I believe that's the Empire State Building right there. So yeah, some nice photos. I agree. Yeah, thank you, man. I figured, you know what? I'm a bi-coastal guy. I grew up in the East Coast, but I now live in the West Coast. So that's kind of what it symbolizes right there. And the WB belt symbolizes that, you know what? even though I cover combat sports, this is all for entertainment. Everything that we do here is for entertainment. So if I happen to crash out or do something that is illegal, just know that that is all for entertainment. For a disclosure, are you Puerto Rican? No, I'm not Puerto Rican. I am half Arabic and half Pacific Islander, but mostly Arabic.
And I think people are going to make comparisons. Now, the UFC gave you a pretty light card. That UFC Noche is whatever. It's not our best foot forward. But just going off, I mean, undercards, we destroyed boxing and destroyed them. That undercard destroyed whatever product that...
Donut Grande, what's a horrible combo? New York and together? It says, oh, okay. Which Arab and PI nationalities are you?
Netflix put out. Destroyed.
I was born in Libya, right? And then I have some ancestry from Egypt and Saudi Arabia. So Canelo beat Crawford easily. Yeah, he did.
But if it just as far as entertainment wise and value wise and pacing and excitement, but if you compare the main events, if you took two casuals and you showed them Lopes and Silva,
he says bi-coastal, biracial angel. Thank you, my man.
Lopes and Silva. You show them that fight, then you show them Canelo Crawford, and you say, which one did you have more fun watching? There's probably not a person on earth that would choose Crawford Canelo. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. It just is what it is.
Hey, Donut Grande, you're up out of here, bro. Listen, this is what I want you to do, okay? I want you to go make another account and then come back and talk smack again.
My buddy literally texted me, "Let's do this."
Yes, I roll with Samoans, yes. He hurt me and my Tio. Crawford made all of us cry. He hurt me and my Tio. Wow, man. Yeah, there's a lot of Mexicans that were not happy about that. Brenda is the smartest dude in the world. Brenda.
He's a casual though.
Yeah. Now, if you're a hardcore fan of...
Yeah, so there were a lot of people that were saying that fight was boring, right? Look, was that more boring than Khamzat and Dricus? What was more boring to you guys? Because, by the way, I compare Terence Crawford to Khamzat Chimaev, right? Like, I truly believe that Terence Crawford is the Khamzat of boxing. Now, were their fights boring? Right? How many languages do you speak? A couple. Now, were their fights boring? I don't know if I would agree to say that their fights were boring, though.
Boxing...
Nah, don't say that. Yeah, which one? The fight between Crawford and Canelo definitely wasn't boring, right? But that's because it's boxing. There's punching involved. Whereas with grappling, if you're not a grappling aficionado, you're not really going to understand what's going on, or if you're not a hardcore MMA fan. Compare it to UFC main, man. Then it's boring. Okay. My fellow Samoan Uso, I respect the channel. Keep doing your thing. Shout out to you, my man.
You know, there's a lot of technique and the game plan and what Crawford did and the odds he was up against. It was brilliant. I mean, one of the best performances ever. Yeah, I enjoy it. It was more of a case of Canelo just...
The key to really making your love...
Are you related to Roman Reigns? No, I am not related to Roman Reigns. But I probably know some. I probably know some homies that are related to Roman Reigns. I see a black belt there. Where? This is yeah. Brenda is Muslim. He is not. He is definitely not. No, I don't speak any of the island languages. You better acknowledge him. Acknowledge me! Yeah, cool little storyline they got going on there.
The timing, I think Terence Crawford was better than he expected. Canelo's also a little older, even though age-wise, Terence Crawford on paper's older, just boxing mouse, Canelo looked a little older. But he just Scott kind of.
Thorfinn says, hey, bro, what's up? What's up, my man? Thorfinn, let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Shout out to you. Was it just me, or did Canelo seem frustrated and dejected in the later rounds? Chief says, Chief, okay, so Chiefo DC says that. Did he look deflated in the later round? Dejected? He did. He did, Chief. The reason why is because he knew that the rounds were leaving him. Are you a pro wrestler? No, I am not. I have fought MMA, kickboxing, and boxing before, and wrestling, and some grappling. So, yeah, you know, I've dealt with a little bit of some martial arts, but no pro wrestling for me. Speaking of pro wrestling, how about Roger Jackson? Just like that, out of the news cycle, and just like that, still no arrest for Roger Jackson.
Out.
And a lot of the white folks are probably very upset about this, so.
Boxed. He got lit up. And one of the issues that boxing has is I love Max Kellerman. I love him. He's great at his job. He's one of the very best, and he's one of the...
Schaub's take on this fight was there was no way Canelo should beat Crawford. That there's no way they would award Crawford a decision win. You know what? Now, here's the thing. Going into that fight, why would you say that, right? Considering that Turki Al-Sheikh openly said that he is for Crawford. And he has blatantly said that he wants a black American champion, maybe specifically for the heavyweight division, but also for other divisions as well, to be a champion. And the reason why he wants that is because he feels that in the 90s, 80s, and 70s, African American champions were entertaining champions to have. He says it's like 4 a.m. here. I'm from Asia, my guy. Let me know what country in Asia you are at. Zangref Fresh says, Roger Jackson is my favorite MMA fighter. Okay. Crawford could beat Canelo. He did. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, a bit of a typo there. I saw Roger Jackson thing. It could be extremely hard to arrest someone for that, though. That's what I'm saying, right? And they've been talking about how, oh, yeah, this guy's going to get arrested. He's going to go to prison. This and that. Even Rampage Jackson was saying, I'm going to let the prison system work itself out, right? Lo and behold, a couple of news cycles later, the Charlie Kirk situation comes in and nothing. Absolutely nothing. So there you have it.
Best voices in boxing. I absolutely, adore Max Kellerman. Part of his issue is he was so committed to the narrative that Canelo, if he lands, Terence Crawford be in trouble. It kind of put blinders on to what was actually happening. It just kind of, it gave him a biased, analytical view of what was actually going on. Because the fight wasn't that close. Like, Canelo didn't get dog walked, but he never had his moment in the fight.
Peekaboo says, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
There was just never a moment where you're like, okay, here it comes. And my prediction was Canelo's going to struggle the first 4 to 6 rounds with the speed and the movement of Terence. Then he's going to download that data, and he's the bigger, stronger fighter, and he's going to go to work and win by decision. Never happened. He never downloaded the data.
Arabic, English, and yeah, that's about it, really.
Even if he did, it didn't matter. He didn't have the skill set to capitalize on it. And Terence Crawford's so goddamn good, and fought southpaw, and was just lighting him up. He was just lighting him up. I was never worried that Terence was going to knock him down or knock him out. I didn't think there was a chance in hell he could finish Canelo. Canelo's never been knocked down. He's fought bigger guys, Bivol, and those other cats that he's fought that are Triple G 3 times.
Peekaboo says, I didn't know a whole lot about Charlie Kirk, but that was a sad and tragic way for him to pass. For real, it was. Jean Silva took more shots than Charlie Kirk. Dang, bro. Damn, that's, yeah, man. Zangri Fresh, that's brutal of you to say.
If those guys aren't sitting down, Terence Crawford's not going to sit him down. But he just kind of stayed outside, picked them apart. And even when they were down to, sit there in the middle of the ring and kind of go toe-to-toe, Terence was just eating him up. So you didn't get that entertaining of a fight out of Canelo. He never adjusted because
Chief says, I think this fight was Crawford's magnum opus. Okay, that's a good way of putting
I
it.
don't think he could. That's how good Terrence Crawford is. But if you listen to the commentating, Andre Ward was on point with his. He was like, Terrence Crawford's earning the respect. He's landing the shots. It's a respect thing for him. And Max Kellerman just had these blinders on. And then he was shilling for Dana White in the UFC. It was kind of cringy. Yeah. It was kind of uncalled for, like even at the press conference. Like it had nothing to do with it. He was like, real quick, we all wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the greatest promoters. Now here's my thing on that is he sucked them off hard.
Okay, so the F, I think, what is that? How do you think the Tafa brothers are going to do? I think that they're going to win some fights. I think that they're going to lose some fights. They are going to be 50-50 fighters till till they retire. Albert says Jesus is God. Jesus is a prophet of God, to be corrected. Only Jesus is the way and the truth, the end, and the life. Only Jesus is the way of truth and alive. I don't get what you're saying. You want me to end alive? I mean, what a weird thing to ask me to do. They both are fighting this weekend. Saul says, bro, what the hell kind of accent you got right now? I mean, I don't have an accent. I don't know what accent you mean. I just talk normally the way that I do. But, all right, shout outs to you anyway.
Art,
He says, what if the WWE offered you a deal? Would you consider it? Sure, why not, right? I think there's always some lucrative deals that the WWE is willing to offer their talent, so why not?
He fully...
Albert says, only Jesus forgives. Allah forgives. You are from somewhere. Well, I live in Sacramento, California. I grew up in New Jersey, but I was born in the war-torn country of Libya, the most violent country on the planet Earth. Saltine says, Marab is fighting soon. Yes, that's not too far away. Camden, New Jersey. No, I grew up in Union, New Jersey, and then I finished my last 2 years in high school in Old Bridge, New Jersey, if you know where that is. Oh, okay, that's what I'm picking up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, obviously, I lived in the West Coast most of my life, but I've lived in different parts of the world. So he says, you need his religion. You need his, not religion. Okay, shout out to you on that, Albert. True. Are you a bulldog? Zengref asks, are you a bulldog? Is that in reference to a gang in Fresno? No, I'm not a bulldog. Definitely not a bulldog. No.
He swallowed that.
Are you a Norteño? No, I'm not a Norteño. Can I ask what this channel is about? It's mixed martial arts, combat sports, boxing, hip-hop, gang channels, and not only gang commentary, but also geopolitics as well. So a little bit of everything, my man. Brat says, free Israel. He says, oh, okay, nice. I'll subscribe then. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for the subscription. And also, don't be shy. Hit some live chats and some super chats as well. So your dad is Libyan and mom is so something like that. Yes.
Glizzy. Yeah, that Dana White Glizzy. I don't like it, but I understand why he does it, because let's say Max Kellerman went hard in the paint and brought up fighter pay and how boxing's better than the UFC and how boxing's been killing it. We don't need Dana White and all this stuff. Whether that's true or not, whether you agree with that, it's whatever. But that's the narrative, right? If Max Kellerman brings any of that up, in the next fight, TKO, this lord in the Middle East who runs the entire fucking show now.
He called him this lord in the Middle East who runs the entire show now. He called Turkey El-Sheikh the Lord. Man, that's a little blasphemous. And as a Muslim, man, I don't think Turkey El-Sheikh would be happy with that notion either, but yeah.
That makes the fights happen, right? If Max Kellerman gets booted from that, where would you go? Where would you go? Max Kellerman's not going to do Jake Paul, Javante.
Saul says, Schaub is dope.
I'm sure he doesn't mind it, but, he's a real boxing head. Like, he wants to be involved.
So let's see. What's next for Canelo? Will it be Bud interested in a Boots fight? I think what's next for Canelo, there's a good chance of fighting Hamza Shiraz. That's a good fight. I'd like to see him fight Hamza Shiraz. Bud, what would I like Bud to do? Maybe fight Boots Ennis, right? That would be a good one. Peekaboo says, if you decided to become a pro wrestler, then I'll be rooting for you to win, Oos. Okay, that's what's up, my man.
And he's been involved in the biggest boxing fights in history, the biggest. So for him, it's like, if you don't glizzy Dana White, swallow that glizzy, you're probably gonna be out of a job, and he's probably getting paid pretty handsomely, and he's with these historic events. I'm like, I get it, because you don't want to be like me or Luke.
Mike says, what's your bench press? Brother, I train like a combat athlete. Bench press is not exactly my main focus. But I will say, I do sled push 600 pounds with no wheels. I could sled push that much. What else? Yeah, I could one arm snatch 100 pounds over my head. So, yeah, I have a strength in a different way. I have a strength that is focused more on combat sports. And even though I don't really fight anymore, I still don't train in a way that bodybuilders do. I still train in a very functional manner where it is all sports specific for fighting and combat and mixed martial arts. A lot of these dudes that don't fight anymore, that used to fight, now they just get into like bodybuilding training, or they get into marathon training, like marathon running training or some sort of that. And then they wonder why they are not able to perform in the way that they did when they were fighting if they were to get into a street fight. So, yeah, I'm not much of an emphasis on bench pressing, but yeah, interesting question though in terms of working out and things of that nature. I also do workouts here as well. I've done a few live streams where I do workouts. I do open MMA training. I hit the bag. I'll do a boxing one, in the near future, maybe even today, who knows. Seems like you train for power versus strength. Now, what would be the difference between that? Like, when you mean power, you mean just like overall force rather than, strength in terms of being able to pick up something, right? I think that's what you mean. Yes, I think that's what you mean. I train for power and not strength, being able to hit hard, being able to have the power to lift somebody up. Strength is more for like being able to lift objects, right? If you're able to carry a table, or if you're able to carry, something like that. I sled push 800 pounds bottled to the ground. I don't know about all that, Fresh. I mean, for as long as I've known you as a commentator on the chats, I don't know what you look like, nor to even really have a reference point to how true that is. So, Schaub was top 10 heavyweight in the world at one point. Yes, he was. Saul says, this past UFC Noche's main event was absolutely amazing. I lost a lot of money on Silva, but the fight was awesome. Hey, guys, you know what? For those of you that have seen my co-host here, Zane Musa Boxing Dosage, man, he lost some money in the Canelo fight. So, he says, yeah, who cares, Fresh? Chief says, yes, that's what I mean. Your boy Hoodlum says, I know a guy who carried a heavy wooden cross up a hill. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a historical account. Saul says, what matters is if you can beat me in MMA, in the MMA ring, Fresh. Yes, that's really what it boils down to, and what you specifically train for.
Thomas or Ariel, these other guys who, it's not even, we don't hate on it, we just speak facts or truth or have our opinions, which...
He says, a quick question, Saul, there's no such thing as an MMA ring.
I'm a little more on the UFC side, but clearly I'll give them shit. And Luke and Ariel, they do their things, and they're actual journalists, so listen to them. But I'll see if I see bullshit, I'll call bullshit. I don't get paid by the UFC. I don't get paid by TKO. Max does. So maybe he's doing the right thing. You know, he's in their good graces and he's collecting the fucking Trump.
Salt says 2 judges had them tied until the championship rounds, but I only had Canelo winning and maybe 4. Chief says, I knew Crawford was different when I heard the story about him getting shot in the head and driving himself to the hospital. There you go, man. There you go, right? Yeah, completely different type of dude. I wonder whatever happened to the dude that, that hit him up. I'm not going to speak on that, but all right.
Ton of money, so that's why you would do it. It was just a little cringy. And then when he went into the ring in the post-fight interviews, it didn't seem like he had his shit ready to go. He was like waiting, and then I don't know. It was just a weird vibe. You know, there's usually it's like, how you feeling after win?
Do you guys feel that way too? Do you think there was a weird vibe about the fight before and after? Right? Let me know in the comment section below if you guys felt that way.
Game plan, react. Like there's a cadence that all the guys have. Now it could be what I was thinking. Maybe somebody's in his ear and he's waiting for that, and he couldn't hear it. So there's a technical issue there, but it happened every time. You know, it's a little strange. It's a little strange. But boxing's gonna box. That's what that was. The entire main card was all decisions.
Hey, California.
That is true, right? I did notice that all the main card fights for the Canelo Crawford one was mostly decisions, right? Including the main event, obviously.
This has nothing to do with...
It's boxing. Callum Walsh, he didn't go out on a shield. It was more of a sparring match. It's boxing. You know, it's very rare at a guy.
Says, yes, boring card. Yeah, you know what? They try to make something out of the co-main event, right? Obviously, Callum Walsh. Shout out to Callum Walsh. He's the reason why I have a lot of Irish supporters. I remember doing a live stream for one of his fights that he had on Fight Pass. And, yeah, the Irish pulled up for me on that one. So shout out to the Irish for that one. But Fernando Vargas Jr. tried to get at his girl, right? So he tried to get at his girl and said something very disrespectful towards her. So then they tried to create a fight out of that. But then when the fight came, as Brendan Schaub said, it was a glorified boxing sparring match. And ultimately, that's how high-level boxers are going to operate, right? They're not going to operate in a reckless manner to try and put you out there. Chief says, I agree, at Sultan. I watched the fight again today and did not give Canelo more than 4 rounds. Sultan says, I prefer decisions over KOs. Going the distance is such a chess match. Saul laughs at chess match. I sort of see what you're saying, right? In Thailand and in Muay Thai kickboxing in Thailand, sometimes they find it honorable to go to a decision in order to go and display all of your technique. So something to think about, right? You know, a little bit of the Thai culture that they have going on there.
At Crawford's level, Canelo's level, and this is what I'm always scared of when you get these super fights. They're not going to tarnish their legacy by...
He says, at Saul, get a job. Saul says, technical showcase, laughing emoji.
By risking a knockout. They're just not... They'd rather...
He says, I love all these terms these boxing fans use. Yeah, like chess match, technical showcase. Well, ultimately, that's what boxing is. It is a gentleman's sport that emphasizes technicality. So, yeah.
Or take calculated measurements, and if they lose...
Calculated measurements. There's another one.
Just by decision.
He said, so, well, why does it bother you so much? I think the reason why it bothers him is because it takes away from the excitement of what boxing could be. And, you know, sometimes to make it exciting, it has to look like a street fight, but boxing is not a street fight. It is a highly technical sport, and it is exactly what was displayed from the first fight of the main card to the main event headline of Canelo and Crawford.
Because they don't want to be a highlight of the guy they're fighting for the rest of their career, and it tarnishes their legacy. So I always worry when you have these two legends, Terrence Crawford and Canelo, that are they really going to risk it all at this level? And Canelo's made $100 million, they said. Now the word is Terrence made $10 million. I'm not buying that in any facet. For Terrence, and even if you see him in the post.
You said that you feel salty about it, Saul. Yeah, sitting through the whole Canelo card, you feel salty about it, but I understand it's a different sport. Okay, so you're sort of coming from an MMA perspective where you're looking at it from the lens of an MMA. You know what, man? I had a homie of mine, he said, man, you know what? I'm just used to watching MMA now, that when I watch a boxing fight, it just feels like a different, vibe. And yeah, man, I've been saying that since like 2011 or so, but yeah.
Fight press conferences, he gives Canelo his belt back, that historic ring belt back.
Now, about the giving back the belt, they all have their own belts, right? So it's kind of like getting a trophy. That was Canelo's trophy that he brought in there. The WBC, the WBA, the WBO, the IBF, the Ring magazine, they're all going to send Crawford his own belts anyway, and he's going to hang it up in his office or in his mantle or wherever he wants to put it. And yeah, Daily Drift, shout out to you. How stacked do you think the UFC White House card will be? I tell you what, man, it's going to be predicated on, let's say, how the rest of the card in the season goes for the UFC. For example, you got UFC 320 coming up, right? What if Merab does good? We'll match him up with somebody. What if Ankalaev does good? We'll match him up with somebody. Do we go and ice down Khamzat right now, let him rest, and then come back later and fight in the White House card, which, by the way, is 9 months away. So it's sort of plausible in the reality and the proximity of their time and schedule that they have going on in the fighters that I just mentioned. Chattiest Gaming says, dang, you still stream? Oh, man, trying to get it in, man. This is how you become one of the biggest MMA streamers in the world. You got to go out there and you got to stream when you have free time. You got to go out there and make videos, which I am planning on doing. I'm probably going to clip out a few videos out of this live stream and, put it in a shorter form. So, yeah, man, that's what you got to do to be an MMA internet legend, which is what I'm trying to do. So hopefully you guys help me get there. Chattiest Gaming says, you remember me? Of course, my man. Of course. I try to remember all my audience as much as I can. Chief says he gave him back the customized belt that was specifically made for him. Yes. And now they're going to give a specifically made belt to Terrence Crawford. All of that was just ceremony. Everything that they're going to get behind the scenes is the actual trophy itself. Saltine says Bud is a class act. He's not here to collect scalps just to prove he can't be beat. Correct. Right. As Chattiest Gaming says. Correct about that.
Back. And he goes, I'll see you in the rematch. And Canelo goes, yes. Now that's where Terrence Crawford's going to make all his money. Nothing will change.
Whoa, okay, now I didn't see any of that about the rematch or anything, right? If anything, I don't think Canelo deserves a rematch. And if Canelo was to go back and do a rematch, man, I'm telling you, that would absolutely ruin his legacy, losing twice. Canelo has never lost to anyone twice, let alone once, or just once every 10 years he loses. And yeah, Daily Drift says, I think the UFC Spear, UFC 306 was so overrated. I agree. I think the Spear was only visual, right? And the fact that it was on Mexican Independence Day, and yeah, man, last year it was Berlanga. This year it was Crawford, and there you go. Chattiest Gaming says, what is your opinion in the assassination a few days ago? Oh boy, you know what, man? Watch my videos on that particular topic, or my live stream. I have a live stream on that. But my biggest viewed content so far, 32K views, okay, on that one in this channel, right? You know, the biggest views that I've had for this channel. Hopefully I maintain making, 32,000 some odd views. So I hope I maintain that, man. But yeah, when Canelo was asked about a rematch, he said he loves sharing the ring with great fighters, but he never said yes. Was he ducking? He just knows what he can do with Terrence Crawford, and he knows that Terrence Crawford has his number. Chief says, I think that it would be a worse outcome for Canelo if they fought again. Exactly. Exactly. My thoughts exactly. Daily Drift says Canelo will rematch Crawford. It will make a ton of money. And that is exactly what Brandon Schaub is talking about right here. That is where the money is at, is in the rematch.
Change, and he's going to beat Canelo probably worse in the rematch. But that's for Terrence Crawford. That's the only fight. And then probably...
Chatty's Gaming says, honestly, I didn't know who he was until the assassination. Yeah, he was a serious political figure in terms of influence in the media side of the Republican world. So he was also very controversial. And this is the reason why many people are, unfortunately, very happy with his death.
And retire. For Max 2, pushing the narrative, like, and I love Canelo, right? My fucking family adores him, so I can't even say this in the house, so I'm going to say it to you guys. Max is saying that Canelo, you know, this is why we love you. You take on all comers. You never, you know, you never turn anybody down. It's like, yeah, that's not true. Benavidez has been sitting out there for years.
That is true. Benavidez has been sitting out there for years, but Canelo can only fight one at a time. Now, here's the thing, right? Towards the end of Canelo's career, what if he does go and fight Benavidez? What if he actually goes and beats Benavidez? Then he's right back up there again, right? If he beats Benavidez, that is. If he beats Benavidez. So... that actually makes his career look a lot better towards the end. So I went to research, and I was so shocked. Chatty's Gaming says, I watched the news about it. Saltine says, didn't Crawford beat Benavidez? No, he didn't. It was a different Hispanic dude that he had fought. A sad situation, Chattiest. Hold on just a second. Let me answer this phone call. All right, he says, yeah, Saul. Yeah, sad situation, Chattiest. Okay, yeah, I think that is in reference to Chattiest Gaming says, I still don't know how to feel about it because I didn't know who he was. Well, you know what, man? You obviously have a neutral stance about it. I think that's the best way to go about it because, brother, if you start taking a stand on it right now, you better believe that you're going to get flack from either the left or the right of the political aisle of things. And, yeah, that's how it's going to be, so...
For years, Benavidez would beat both of them, and he's a lot bigger, and he's even got up a weight class. But it's like, well, no, that's not true. Because if that was true, he'd have fought Benavidez, and then, you know, Canelo's last like 4 to 7 fights have been kind of cakewalks. You know, he hasn't fought the who's who, so that's not really the narrative. But he's also earned that ability to turn down like.
He said he should have probably fought Benavidez before Crawford. True, Chatty's Gaming says, I mean, I'm not even political. I don't even know what left and right means. Left means Democratic, liberal, and right means Republican. You're a nationalist, you're a conservative. That's the best way to put it, although there are nuances in those ideals and description that I had mentioned, but that is the generalized way of answering that question.
You know, since he lost to Bivol, he fought Gennady Golovkin, the third.
He says Benavidez is way too big for either of them. I would have to agree with that, yeah.
Time, that was, you know, he waited a hot second for that trilogy. John Ryder, Charlo, you know.
Terrell V says, parties, okay.
All decisions, like he's kind of coasted it, so he really wasn't put.
Saltine says, I remember Bud on JRE saying he naturally walks around at a heavyweight weight. Wonder if he stays at super middleweight. Yeah, I think super middleweight is, that's the most that he can go, right? The most that he weighs is 180. That's not too far away from going down to 168. Chatty says, I have Arma 3 now. The mods, I should get all. Oh, okay, so that's the military game, right? Where you sort of play as a particular military force of a specific country. They even have Al-Qaeda and ISIS in there as part of one of those military forces, which is crazy. Chief says, right or left, it's the same pair of pants, just different pockets. Ooh, okay, that's a good one. All boxers naturally get bigger over time. Okay, that's also very true, yes. Tom Troy says, hello from Thailand. All right, man. Shout out to everybody from Thailand out there, man. That's what I'm talking about. His little some elbow strikes. You know, bow. Yes. Little some elbow strikes. Yeah. Bow. Boosh. Shout out to Thailand, right? The land of the elbows and knees. Chatty's Gaming says, y'all hear what happened to The Rock? No, what happened to The Rock? Let me know.
Push himself. He didn't really have to dig deep in those fights. He's so talented. He can get by, just winning rounds on those guys. So he never had to dig deep. And then you jump up to a guy like Terrence Crawford, and buddy, you're talking night and day difference between his last, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, 6 fights.
He says, yeah, now Muay Thai is famous. Shooter McGavin says, natural lightweight, I want to see him dominate there. David is a great puncher, but he'll never get the full credit for fighting smaller fighters. That's very true. Fresh Mellinger says, new main event, Renier versus Brendan Allen set for UFC Vancouver on the 18th. Okay, so thank you for that. You know what? I haven't marked anyone's comment so far, but I will mark this one, okay? So breaking news right now, we have RDR versus Brendan Allen. I'm going to put that in a timestamp right now. So look it up on The Rock. Okay. Okay, so RDR has been announced, and it is going to take on Brendan Allen for October 18th. Okay, that is the October 18th card. Because Anthony Hernandez is out, so Brendan Allen is in. So, okay, let's continue on. Okay, let's continue on with Terrence Crawford's win here.
So I don't know where either of them goes.
Hi, my name's Peter Neal, and I started Take America Back Again because I believe our democracy is in real trouble. For too long, billionaires, lobbyists, and corrupt politicians.
Besides the rematch, and then they're probably both done. They're probably both done after this. And that's where they'll make their money. And then outside this, the boxing experts were like, oh, they're so, even when I was like, name another, when I was like.
They already said beforehand, they're like, well, you know what, after this fight, they're going to be done. So, now they're going to want to rematch again, maybe because the money is bigger this time. Maybe that's what it is.
On the Jack's podcast, I go, this is the problem with boxing. Name another fighter on the undercard. Everyone's like, Callum Walsh. Yes, I'm familiar with him. I know who he is. I'm saying for the casuals, name another fucking fighter on the card. Fernando Vargas Jr., sure, he's good, but I'm talking like a big deal. That's the problem with boxing. That's the problem with boxing, and I thought by TKO being involved...
He's not fighting Renier. He's not fighting him. He was going to fight him, but, obviously he's taken out due to an injury, so...
It would take a page out of their book, which made the UFC bigger than boxing, but they didn't. They gave the same bullshit. That's the issue with boxing. But take out Terrence Crawford and Canelo rematch. Take that out of the equation. What other big fight are you guys waiting for? Go. tell you what you're going to wait for. The next big boxing fight that's going to hurt your feelings is going to be Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis. And that's the state of boxing. That's...
Oh. He's absolutely right about that. But what about what's that guy? Kabayel, that Kurdish Iraqi fighter from Germany, right? The undefeated heavyweight. He could be Usyk's next fight, right? He could be the new heavyweight champion of the world, right? He's got a good chance out there, but he doesn't have that big name right there the way that casual fans would, gravitate towards. That's more for the hardcore side of things. Saltine says Paul should not beat Davis no matter the size difference. Should not. Yeah, but you know what? Size does matter, man. Look at how Logan Paul beat up Floyd Mayweather. I know you guys don't like to believe that Floyd got beat up there, but, he did. Yes, in a street fight maybe, but still, yeah, there's just no way. There's no way.
What happens when you don't have actual stars is the Jake Pauls of the world come in and they're stealing your shine. They're stealing your numbers. That's what's going to happen. And it's not a knock on Jake Paul. It's, that's the state of boxing. UFC doesn't have to do that bullshit. We have so many contenders, so many champions. Now, you could argue that you don't have major stars, sure, but the ranking systems of 1 through 15, there's some pretty good names in there in a lot of the divisions. Heavyweight's sad right now. Strawweight women's is a fucking...
He says, yeah, Logan's rush method kind of worked on Floyd. There you go. There you go. Now, why does that rush method works on Floyd? Because he had the size to be able to do so.
In disaster, but for the most part, we have enough guys where we can create appealing cards from top to bottom. Boxing does not. If you were to put on like a UFC 300,
Stevenson versus Lopes should be a good matchup. Yes, that one right there would be a good matchup for sure.
Version of their 300, who would you even put on? And you're out of your mind if you don't include Jake Paul in order to get those major eyeballs. That's the state of boxing. The pacing was fucking atrocious. And how dare you? Whoever paid Tool to do that, good for Tool for getting paid, but what? They just did a weird... Like, we're waiting for the fight to start, and you just see the drummer just... And they're like, oh, okay. Cool, there's Tool.
Yeah, that was weird, right? What's up with that Tool setup that they had going on? It was almost like a half-witted, half-committing... type of action, right? It was just like, yeah, there wasn't really a lot of full commitment towards it, but I don't know.
Full particle. It made no sense without the lead singer. You're like, what is this? The fuck is this? And then have you seen the picture of Dana, Mr. Beat, and Jason Statham, and the guy who basically owns fucking Abu Dhabi? They look so miserable. They're so bored. Yeah. Because you sat there, as we did too, and I had mariachis blasting my fucking ear. You sat there from 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock. You sat there for 5 to 6. Look at them. Miserable.
Let me pull up the picture on this one real quick. All right, what about now, guys? Can you hear me? All right, what about now, guys? Can you hear me? All right, perfect. All right, we got it now. Okay, we got it. We got it now. What about now, guys? Can you hear me? All right, perfect. All right, we got it now. We got it. We got it. Okay. Crystal. Okay, perfect. All right. Let's go back to
A random parent. And Dana's so pissed. He's sitting next to those three. He's like, fuck, dude. He's probably thinking about power slap. It's just the whole thing was weird. Why Mr. Beast there, I don't know.
But how do you fix that pacing option or that pacing problem then?
listen, Zen Green cheat fresh. I'm not gonna read that, okay? Because there's racial implications to read that out loud. But for you to read that in your head and look at it, it's not really that offensive, right? But saying it out loud is. So yeah, nice try, right? I'm 40 years old, but I'm not that old to where I don't understand internet language, my man.
You get it going. Oh, and then remember, it's also all those fights were 10 to 12 rounds too. That's the other issue. So get it fucking going, and then also you put on more compelling fights that people are familiar with. The casuals. You put on things that people care about.
He says, "Damn, you're 40. Take a hike." I don't understand what you mean by the last part. So because I'm of a certain age, I should take a hike? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, it's sitting there for 6-7 hours. What the fuck? Yeah, he's miserable. There's no way those chairs are comfortable. Then you're next to Mr. fucking Beast, and this guy, he's what's his name? El-Kheer. What the fuck's he talking?
He says, "I don't know what happened, but when you flipped the camera, the sound went out. Glad it's back now." All right, man. Shout out to you on that.
Jason Statham's like, I don't know why I'm here.
No, trust me, Jason Statham knew why he was there. He was there because he knew that there was a boxing match going on, and he wanted to be a part of it.
Money. Yeah, I guess you paid Jason Statham to sit next to you because you liked him in fucking
Transporter.
Sure. I was gonna say, what was that shark movie? Megalodon or whatever. The Meg.
Yes.
He probably loved him in Meg too. And then Mr. Beast is random as fuck.
That one's a trip, yeah. Unless he's working on some sort of project for his YouTube channel. Who knows?
The whole thing's weird. Let's go to UFC Noche. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, if you guys want to see the rest of Brendan Schaub in that one, go check out his latest one that he did. Crawford versus Canelo was brilliant. But was it exciting? That's the title that he has right here if you guys want to check it out. So, all right. Yeah. You know what it is? When I think every time I flip the camera, I may have accidentally pressed the mute button. I think that's what it really comes down to. I think I accidentally pressed the mute button. So, yeah. All right. So, UFC's Noche. Obviously, that was great for Diego Lopes. That was an awesome performance by Diego Lopes. Let's see. Let's put this in the marker right now. Okay. So 3 hours and 14 minutes. UFC Noche. All right. He says, Sherlock Holmes says, bro, shout outs to Sherlock Holmes. Chief says, I don't know what okay, Chief says, some of those prelim fights should have been 8 rounds instead of 10 or 12. It's such a long wait till the main event. Well, the reason why they were not 8 rounds and they were 10 or 12 is because of the implications and the title implications behind it, right? There's a lot of title fights in MMA, in boxing, whereas with MMA, there's a lot of regular fights and they just keep it to 3 rounds and that's it. Sherlock Holmes says, bro, okay. So UFC's Noche, let's get to that one. I made a video regarding UFC's Noche. Let's check that one out right here.
Women riders can now request women drivers with women preferences. Coming soon. Uber.
Momentum. Acceleration.
Champion of the boxing world. And this is how it started. Mr. Beast getting a punch from Mike Tyson. More about Terrence Crawford in a second. Terrence Bud Crawford is now the undisputed 168-pound champion of the boxing world. And this is how it started. Mr. Beast getting a punch from Mike Tyson. More about Terrence Crawford in a second.
Beyond season, Canelo and Crawford's about to happen. It literally starts within an hour. So after this, you need to go watch it. And to raise awareness, I'm going to take a punch from Mike Tyson. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, that was great. Of course, we love any time we see Mr. Beast get punched. All right, now on to the fight. Right now, we got this on and cracking. And what we're going to do before the main event is we're going to go over some of the UFC cards. We're also going to go over the card that is the undercard for this one. So we're going to go over all of that. Okay, so here we go. Diego Lopes obviously gets a second-round TKO against John Silva. Now, I got to tell you what's really awesome about this fight, right? First and foremost, he mounted him in the first round. He had no answer for it. Had a 12-6 elbow in which he hit him right on top of his head, cut him open, busted him up. And then in the second round, he just couldn't do anything about it. Rob Font versus David Martinez. David Martinez gets a decision in this one. Obviously, his striking was the reason for that. Much busier, much more accurate. It's what won him to fight. Rafa Garcia taking on Jared Gordon. TKOs him in the last round. By the way, there was a lot of TKOs going on in this fight. How about this? Kelvin Gastelum comes into this fight, obviously, with a bit of some controversy, considering that he came in 5 pounds over. But what does he do in the process? Well, this is what he does in the process. He goes in there and not only upsets Dustin Soltov, but does it to a pro-Mexican crowd in a UFC's Noche event. By the way, not to be overshadowed by Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford, which is about to happen right now. Alexander Hernandez taking on Diego Ferreira. Okay, so Alexander Hernandez gets a second-round TKO finish in that one. One of the many TKO finishes that we had in this one. Santiago Luna gets a first-round TKO against Li Quang. That was crazy. That was a back and forth, right, in which anybody could have finished anybody at that particular time, but this time it was Santiago that was able to get the finish. It was a back and forth, man. It could have gone to either guy, but you know what? Santiago wanted it more. He had 2 knockdowns in the process and got the TKO finish. So that is the main card, the prelims, which was exciting in and of itself. Jose Medina taking on Dusko Derechov against the submission. A decision in that one. Tatiana Suarez gets a decision over Amanda Lemos. Of course, just constant wrestling, which is what got her to the contendership, and it's also what won this fight. Jose Aguilar gets a decision over Luis Guruli. Okay, so gets that first. What was it? Oh wait, no. Yeah. Gets the decision on that one. No contest. How about this? Dricus Dumas. I'll tell you what's interesting about this fight, right? Cedric Dumas came into this fight with literally $15 in his bank account going into it, right? So as a result, guess what he does? I would say that he probably faked this injury in order to get some sort of win bonus money or this, that, and the other. And in return, he got a no contest. Could that be the reason? Could that be the reason why he faked an injury? Because it looked fake. A lot of people get groin shots all the time. But what about this one? What now? He probably thought he was going to win. Apparently, that wasn't the case. So, as a result, here we are. Cedric Dumas gets a no contest. So, we don't know if he actually gets the winning bonus of any kind, right? Alessandro Costa taking on Alden Carrera. Alden Carrera gets a third-round TKO. By the way, very late finish, but at the same time, wow, very dramatic. All right.
Tell me this. Did you come this far just...
Montserrat Rendon gets a decision over Alice Pereira. That was the first fight of the evening. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the first fight of the evening. This was the, was this the first fight of the evening? Rodrigo Zizendo taking on Daniil Dushenko. Yes, this was for the tough finale in which Daniil Dushenko wins this one. So, yeah, very bloody fight, two on top of it. Well deserved. All right, so now let's get to the full card of Canelo versus Terence Crawford as we. Javier Martinez, nothing to really say about that other than that the kid has some serious knockout power along with the likes of Inoue, which, by the way, is going to fight tonight. How about that, huh? He's going to be fighting tonight after this one, which, by the way, is going to be predicated on Japanese time. Now, earlier in the night, you had Sultan El Mohammed gets a unanimous decision against Martin Caralbo. Rito Santana gets Renidio Santana gets all right. So
we're going to do some boxing rounds right now. I know you guys have seen me train MMA. You guys have seen me train functional pattern workouts, CrossFits, things of that nature. Right now, I'm going to do strictly boxing. Okay, in dedication to the inspiration that Terrence Crawford has brought us throughout this weekend. I'm going to do an all boxing workout. I'm going to do 12 rounds right now. What do you guys think of that? I'm going to do 12 rounds of boxing right now. And yeah, you know what? I got to get a workout in. Why not get a workout in the middle of the live stream? It's what I do here anyway. So let me set this up real quick, okay? So where are we exactly right now? We are at 3 hours and 25 minutes. So 3 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, we're going to get to 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, live boxing training. Yeah, so strictly boxing, only hands. Yeah, Jose Barrio says he was juiced as a Russian newsman. What do you mean, like do the Russian newsman accent while boxing at the same time? I don't know, man. But yeah, you guys have seen me do MMA, kicks, punches, takedowns, all of that. I'm going to just do strictly boxing on this one, okay? So let's get this thing cracking right now. In exactly 4 minutes or so. All right. All right. So usually, as a Russian newsman, usually you would box with shoes on. But since I'm going to be in a MMA mat, in an MMA wrestling mat, I'm going to be doing this with socks on. So, all right. Okay, we're going to put round timers in. I'm going to have very few breaks in between that. You know what, man? Let me get some nicer gloves for this occasion right here. Some nice white gloves that I'm going to be bought. No, you know what? I'm going to let the chat pick red or white. So chat, you get to pick white gloves. They're both Everlast gloves, by the way. Shout outs to Everlast. They are sponsors of Terrence Crawford. So white gloves or red. Let me know which one, right? I would probably say the red because it matches the shirt I got. What do you think? Red or white? Now, what ounces are these right here? It doesn't really matter. But what do you guys think? Red or white? What am I going to box with right now? Red or white? You let me know. I'm going to get water in the meantime, and then you write on the chat below. If you don't choose, then I'm going to choose. I'm going to probably choose red. But yeah, red or white? Anyone? Red or white? All right, let me put on the timer here. Just get this thing cracking. All right. So, all right, we're going to go with the red one. Okay, let's go. 12 rounds right here. All right, so we're going to do 12 rounds right now. Okay, 10 seconds. We're going to go round one. All right, and we're going to go with the red. Red on red. Oosh. Let's go. Round one. Okay. Try using your leg more with the punch. Okay, got it. You punch like a child. Huh. Yeah, right. Bro, what the hell do you think this is? Like, do you think you just come in here and you just throw haymakers all round long? Like, you talk like a child. Yeah, the hell is that jab? Okay, bunch of idiots always talking shit. All right. All right. All right. That's round 2, going into round 3. Okay, round 3. Here we go.
nice combos, feints. Combos and the feints still. Jokes, bro. You a bit thinner. You got that Kelvin Gastelum build. You a bit thinner. Yeah. Okay. Round number 4. Okay, going into round number 4. Here we go. Yes. All right. Says looking like butt out there. I'm 6'1", 193. Let me guess you're weighing 93 kgs. I don't know what kgs are. I'm not sure how to measure that. So I'm going into round number 6 right now. Says looking like butt out there. Okay, good. Good work, brother. Looks good. Light agility. Work differently. Not bad. Daniel Hamid. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. All right, round 6. Here we go. Okay, everyone wants to box. Hey, the dude that's talking about how everyone wants to box after Canelo and Crawford. Listen, I ain't one of these casuals that just decided to wake up one day and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to get right up on this. I've been doing martial arts since forever. But hey, guess what? Part of that is also boxing. Part of that is taekwondo, Muay Thai, karate, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, all of that. So
No, I didn't just wake up one day, watch the fight, and decided I'm going to go and get right to it. No, I decided, you know what? I'm going to work out in my live stream and show everybody what I do on a daily basis anyway. Daniel Hamid says, you look pretty good. Honestly, how many amateur boxing fights have you had? Mostly MMA, my man, mostly MMA. I had one amateur boxing fight, but mostly MMA, mostly Muay Thai. So yeah, round seven, guys. Here we go. Finish off round 7. We're doing 12 rounds. Round 8. He says, Philly shell. All right, guys, here's round 8. No money in UFC boxing is where it's at. Yes. Good footwork. Thank you. And especially wrestling. 25% power. LOL. A lot of you guys talk about halfway power. Listen, not every shot in boxing has to be like that. So jab, like Lennox Lewis. Use more jab. You lose a lot of power. Okay. Round number 10, guys. Here we go. He says, you use a lot of power shots. Yes. Yeah. What's good? Yo, yeah. Do what's good for you, bro. Heavy bag is always harder. Workouts, true. But, it's all that I have right now. So Daniel says, good footwork. Do a flip. No. All right. Round 10. Here we go. Round 10. 10. Here we go. Okay, last 2 rounds. More head movement. Good. You are quick. Yes. Good work, brother. Getting that work. Let's go. Are you a boxer? Parker Davis says no. MMA fighter, Muay Thai fighter. But yeah, 2 more rounds left. Use more waist. Got it. Got it. Okay. I'm going to try that. Round number 11. Here we go. Okay, 12th and final round. Anton says, let's get out of here, bro. I've been doing 12 rounds. Let's see how you look after 12 rounds, idiot. You're out of here. That single jab ain't gonna do much. Throw some more combos, bro. Let your hands go. Weekend got him hyped up. Jordan Clark says, you're an idiot, Jordan Clark. Do you realize that I've been training martial arts my whole entire life? And as a result of that, this has nothing to do with this weekend. You freaking idiot. Huh? You freaking idiot. You loser of a thing. Go to hell, John Clark. Let me go do my 12th and final round. I've been training martial arts my whole life. What did you do your whole life? You freaking bum. You no good bum. Yeah. Let's go. What car is that? I can't tell you, my man. All right. So there it is, guys. 12 rounds. 12 rounds. I saw somebody in the comment section talking about slow fool. Listen, this is what you don't understand about boxing. Okay, what you don't understand, period, is that your strikes in terms of sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and sometimes somewhere between. And then on top of that, you got to try and mitigate the stamina that you have going on. A lot of you, listen, a lot of you would not even last doing this for 3 minutes, let alone 12 rounds, let alone 15 rounds that I do when I'm not on camera, and let alone anything combat sports related. What did my man here say? Uh, Salam alaikum, brother. Wa alaikum salam. Wa rahmatullah. Wa rahmatullah to you, my man. That was my favorite round. Yes, of course, Rubencito. The reason why that was your favorite round is because, I took a lot of what you said into constructive criticism. See, a lot of these people, they'll either sometimes excuse constructive criticism as hate. I don't necessarily look at it like that at all. Mo says, the beard looks good. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Especially under this California sun and this, nice sweat after 12 rounds. Yeah. Um, yeah, that was my favorite round. You said, yeah, because you're right. Sometimes you forget to move your head. You forget to move your waist. It's not that a lot of fighters sometimes forget that. And it's not that they don't know or can't do it. It's just that sometimes, they forget to do it. And sometimes they either need a trainer or a person looking from the outside to sort of tell them what is what. So, yeah, man, shout out to you on that. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in to this one. All right, so listen, we're going to do a 5-minute Q&A. Ask me any questions you guys want. We'll go for about 5 minutes before I cut the stream off. So anything boxing related, anything MMA related, you guys can ask me. Yeah, man, what was that dude's name right there? What was his name right here that was talking smack? I don't know. Anyways, man, I'm not going to pay attention to people that don't even have a profile pic. That's not even, important. But on any regard, man, everybody around the world, Rubencito says, yeah, what workouts do you do to become more explosive? Box jumps. I do a lot of box jumps. If you guys seen earlier in the stream, I was showing some of my workout videos that I do. So a lot of box jumps, a lot of explosiveness definitely helps. And also just keeping in mind that you have to move fast at every time. You know what I mean? Knowing how to move fast. Man, you just not says I'm not trying to be I'm not even gonna respond to anything negative. I'm just gonna get you out of my life. I don't need these losers in here talking about what is what or this and that, man. I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do me and what's good for me and what and the best to my ability. Y'all over here are trying to I mean, look, that's why shout out to Rubencito, right? He wasn't coming at it from a hater perspective or this and that. My man was basically giving constructive criticism. Who is your biggest influence in the sport? So in boxing, I'm going to say a couple of names, right? Yeah, Tyson Fury, is one. Prince Nassim, that's a big one, obviously, because of, the footwork and this and that. So that's on the boxing side. Terrence Crawford, obviously, is right up there. I like Terrence Crawford more than Floyd. I've always thought Terrence Crawford could beat up Floyd at any given day. And the way that he dismantled Canelo this weekend sort of proved that. So in the MMA side, who are my influential fighters? Well, George St. Pierre, obviously for the old school guys. For the mid-generation, I'm going to say Khabib. For the new generation, I'm going to say Khamzat and Islam. So, yeah, man, that's influence on that one right there. To get more explosive, a lot of sprints really help, but more so with box jumps. It seems everybody does sprints. It does get you faster, but only to a certain level. There's fast and then there's explosive. If you really want to be explosive, you really got to do those plyometric workouts. Also, plyometric workouts that a lot of the Russians emphasize, like if you use a bar and you're just kind of pumping the bar with no weights, just like that for a high amount of reps, that definitely helps. How do you deal with nerves when in a fight? Just knowing and trusting your technique, knowing that if you trust your technique, yeah, you can, do that. The best fighters are Central Asian Muslims. Yeah, Dar al Akram. Yeah, that's very true. You know, Johan Clark says us. There you go. Get you out of my life. Get you out of my life right there. Yeah, best fighters are Central Asians. Yeah, if you say, what's his name? Shafkat is definitely right up there. But yeah, man. So what else? What else here? Let me see if I can, get this right back into the office real quick, and then we'll take it home from here because I got to go and charge this thing before Rubencito says, when you are in the middle of a fight, your game plan isn't working. How do you decide to adjust? Man, you know what? That question right there is usually for your corner to answer. You know what I mean? Like, how would they deal with that? Also, that is why tape study is such a very important factor of the sport. So, you know what, man? Yeah, I'll just take this one home right here. Yeah, I'm gonna address that one right there. So how do you deal with something like that mid fight? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, so to answer that question fully, I did say your corner has to have the right game plan. They have the right plan A and B, and it's also important to watch tape studies as a result of that. Also, the other side of that is within you. You just got to have the right toughness, the right grit. Obviously, people like Justin Gaethje have that going on. People like let's see. Um, People like Justin Gaethje, people like Dustin Poirier, guys like this, right? They know how to adjust mid-fight when they are getting their ass beat. Carl Froch is an example of that with a Jermaine Taylor fight that he had going on. But on any regard, guys, listen, that is all that I have for you on this one. I'm going to get out of here before this battery runs out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you to everybody around the world that was tapped into this live stream and this open workout along with the live stream. Tell me what MMA content creator in the world, okay, does a live workout session with you guys while also doing the regular normal MMA streamer chats that they normally do. No one else does it like this, and that's how it is. Ruben Cito says, how can you read your opponents through body language and facial expression? Thanks for your time, bro. Okay, so I'm going to answer that last question. I'm going to go, how do you read their body language? It would all depend, right? You would have to study their background, their socioeconomic background, their sociological background, their educational background. All these things matter. Usually people put too much into body language. Oh, he touched his nose while he was doing this or this and that, so this indicates that. That could mean something completely different from a person. So in order to study body language first, you got to understand the background of that person and what makes them tick. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you for your time, everybody around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.